Call the business meeting to order at 6 o'clock. We'll take roll call now.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so Steve Stowe, President.
Here.
Dina Gerges, First Vice President. Here. Robert Aguilar, Second Vice President. Robert's probably still on his way. We'll check back. Alice Licato, Recording Secretary, present. Inga Smoliar, Treasurer. I believe she had a conflict tonight, so we will say that she is an excused absence for the business meeting. Alan Aha, the IEP rep. Alan, okay, still waiting on Alan. I know that Alan and Rob are definitely coming. Mauricia Cadillo. Okay, we'll circle back. Yifeng Chen.
Yeah.
Oh, I see Inga is here. So we'll go ahead and hello, Inga. Hello, Yifeng, thank you. Adele Doyle. Here. Vito Labella.
Here.
And Simeon Stoltzberg. Simeon? Okay. Also not here. So
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Great. Hello, Simeon. So we'll circle back. Well, whenever you get here, Rob, Alan, and Mauricia, just let us know. Thank you.
So we do have a quorum, right?
I believe so. Yeah, that's just 3. Yes, we have a quorum.
Okay.
I just admitted Alan, so he should be here.
Oh, great. So now we have 9.
Inga, was that you? Was that Inga?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
I'm
There you are,
here.
Inga. Yeah, I think Alice was marking you excused.
No, I already
good. Okay,
saw
I'm
her
sorry
and
about
said, but Inga, you can, oh, never mind. Welcome.
Here, hi.
Hi.
Okay,
Okay, so the next item, Steve?
sure. Next item is old business, approval of December business meeting minutes.
That's correct. So has everyone had a chance to review the business meeting minutes from December? We're only voting on the business meeting minutes right now.
Is that something that we should screen share or no?
Well, Natalia, I believe that they are up on the website.
That's good. That's fine. If I've had a time.
Yes, they are. I'm pulling it up right now. I just had to go from one screen to another.
Okay, thank you, Natalia. So I guess the best way to do this is if anyone does have an objection, just
Yeah,
say so.
no objection from me.
I have no objection.
So the minutes, unless anyone objects, the minutes are approved.
We make a motion?
It doesn't, technically, we don't need to make a motion.
Oh, we don't need to make a motion
Yeah.
as long as it's unanimous. Okay,
Not
good
for
call.
approving,
Okay,
Okay, there's 2, now we do need to make a motion for the next 2 items. There's been a last minute resolution submission, which came in before the meeting. This is a resolution in favor of retaining the gifted and talented program. So we just need to make a motion to add that to the calendar meeting agenda after the democratic principles resolution. So
Are those supposed to be released for 48 hours before?
it doesn't, it's 48 hours and then there's a set of clauses that say notwithstanding the 2-day rule, a resolution can be added to the agenda if it's a written copy is delivered to the president or recording secretary. Such addition is consented to by a vote of the majority of the whole number of members of the council. And 3, unless impractical under the circumstances, copies thereof are distributed at the meeting.
okay. So just for clarity,
Before we forget, everyone, we have our translators. We
Oh,
have the script.
Oh, the
Okay.
script is business meeting. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Natalia, I'm sorry about that. So I should read through the script now, is that right?
yes, and we'll come back to the
Okay.
motion for the new resolution. Thanks.
I should have. Okay, so good evening. Welcome to the CEC 20's business and calendar meetings. Thank you for joining us. Before the meeting starts, I want to remind you that this is a public meeting and it's being recorded. Only people who should share their cameras are the superintendent, CEC members, and our guests. Very importantly, I also want to announce that there are Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin interpreters here tonight working on separate lines. You should see video of these interpreters. Thank you to them for being here with us and providing this important service to our Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin speaking family. Steve Weezer, Steve, do you have any comments on how interpretation will work?
No, they can usually make an announcement, interpreters.
And now we will have the interpreters make their announcements. Would our Spanish interpreter like to make their announcement?
Buenas noches a todos. Tener la línea de interpretación en español, por favor, llame al número de teléfono 347-966-4114 e introduzca la clave 184-402-942 numeral. Ulises y yo, Luciano, vamos a ser sus intérpretes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, would our Arabic interpreter like to make their announcement?
Yes, sir. The Arabic announcement. مساء الخير. اسمي عماد، معكم مترجم اللغة العربية. اللي حابب يحضر الترجمة باللغة العربية في رقم تليفون المفروض يتصل بيه، وفي كود هيدخل رقمه عشان يقدر يسمع الترجمة. رقم التليفون اللي هنتصل بيه عشان نسمع الترجمة اللغة العربية 347-966-4114. هنقول رقم الاتصال التليفوني اللي هنتصل عليه عشان نسمع الترجمة باللغة العربية مرة كمان 347-966-4114. بالنسبة للرقم الكودي اللي احنا هندخله عشان نسمع الترجمة اللغة العربية، الكود المطلوب هو اللي هنطلبه 1-4-8-1-8-3-7-8-2 شباك. هنقول الكود تاني اللي هنطلبه عشان نسمع الترجمة العربي. الكود بعد ما اتصلنا بالرقم، الكود تاني هو 1-4-8-1-8-3-7-8-2. بشكركم. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our Mandarin interpreter, please make your announcement.
大家晚上好，今天晚上如果大家有需要中文翻译的，请拨打热线电话是347-966-4114，然后输入ID 是515-783-422井号键，然后我再重复一遍，如果需要中文翻译的，请拨打电话347-966-4114。然后输入 ID 515-783-422加井号键。如果你想看这个虚拟会议的同时也在听口译，请你把电脑的话筒和语音手机静音，谢谢，这很重要，请你把电脑的话筒语音手机静音，谢谢。I'm done, thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, with multiple translators on the meeting, it's important to keep that in mind as you speak at a reasonable pace, given the amount of translation going on. One more logistical item before we start. How we are going to allow for public comment tonight. You should see the agenda on your screens. Natalia, can you share that agenda? Actually, this applies only to the calendar meeting, so I'm just going to skip that for now, and we'll get to that at the calendar meeting. And with that, I think we're ready for the business meeting. So as I was saying, there are two. Where's the first? There's been a new resolution submitted. There's a motion to. Well, I guess the resolution's been submitted. We need a motion to add it to the calendar meeting. Is there a motion to add it to the calendar meeting?
Yes, I'll motion to add it to the calendar meeting.
And a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor of adding it to the calendar meeting?
No, no, can we discuss this first? I believe we have the right to discuss this.
Sure.
This is crazy. The goalpost shifts. It's funny how the goalposts shift every single meeting, depending on the resolution. Folks get called out on this council for when they submit resolutions to the public, and we're also talking about being transparent, and we're voting on whether or not to add a resolution to tonight and the public has not seen. Am I understanding this correctly? Is this what's happening?
According to our bylaws, resolutions can be submitted up to the start of the meeting.
So
Can I
then,
get a point of clarity?
Yeah.
Sorry, Alan, to interrupt. I agree with you. It does just need to be prior to the meeting. That is in our bylaws. Alan, my question though, I thought it was, because you're looking at them right now, I thought it needed to be submitted to all council members, not just the president. Just so that we're all on the same page.
No,
'Cause now I'm going to be reading a resolution during a meeting.
and why are council people submitting this and not sending it out to the public? We've lost all credibility and accountability right now.
Alan, it's in the bylaws.
So-
I hear the frustration, but unfortunately that's.
Also, if it just this is in response to something that happened today. To be fair, that was the motivation behind this. And if things didn't happen today, we wouldn't have had this resolution tonight.
Okay, I make a motion to have the vote, and then, we're going to be going right into middle and high school admission conversations. So I don't know if that's at all relevant. I haven't seen the resolution, so I don't know. But so let's do a roll call vote, just to be very clear. That's my suggestion.
Sure.
Okay, I can call it as recording secretary, or should Natalia? Steve?
Natalia, go for it. Natalia, go for it.
Okay, great.
Natalia, can you-
Sorry, everyone, forgot I was muted.
No.
Right, Steve Stowe,
Yes, I vote to add it to the calendar meeting.
okay, Dina Gergis,
Yes.
okay, Robert Aguilar,
No.
okay, Alice Liccato,
No.
okay, Inga Smolyar,
Yes.
Alan Aha,
No, these people have no shame.
Mauricia Cadillo,
Yes.
okay, Yifan Chen,
Yes.
okay, Adele Doyle,
Yes.
Vito Labella,
Yes.
okay, Simeon Stalsberg,
I have to vote no because I haven't seen it. I don't even know what I'm voting on.
You're just voting on to allow us to discuss it and look at it.
Yeah, but I
Is
don't
there,
see it.
okay, since it seems to have passed, I think that was 7.
right, there are
Or
7
eight,
yeses.
Can we all have a copy of it now to review for later in the meeting?
Can I ask when it was submitted?
Submitted, I haven't seen it. Shortly before the meeting, I was told about it and asked to add this to the business meeting.
Okay.
So should this be emailed or how should we do
It
this?
should absolutely be emailed to at
Okay.
least Steve. But yes, to everyone. I just mean beforehand, just in the future, if we're going to be submitting
Actually, yeah,
resolutions for whatever reason, last minute, I would love to, get at least have it out there among us. So,
I
Okay,
see it.
so-
Today, 5:30, I received it. I did receive it. Okay.
okay.
So Steve, do you want to forward or should I just send it to
Send it
everyone?
to everyone, Inga? Yeah.
Sure, I'll email it now.
And Natalia, can you post that on the website now? Along with the other resolutions, so that if any members of the public want to look at it?
Yeah, once it's sent to me, I can post it to the website. The other resolutions are already up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then there's, if we can move on, there's another addition to the calendar meeting. We just need to make a motion to add our capital project ranking. We are going to try and dedicate some time directly after the Q&A for the SCA officials. We're going to try to add 15 minutes and try and rank our capital projects, get them some semblance of rank tonight. So is there a motion to add the capital project ranking? Yes, Alice.
I move to add the capital project ranking to after the SCA presentation for what did you say, 15 minutes?
You bet. And
I
I will,
second.
Second.
Thank you.
everyone,
Okay, I think we can do just all in favor. Aye. Anyone against?
Aye.
Anyone against? Motion passes unanimously. Just so the public knows, during our calendar meeting, on the agenda list, directly after the SCA presentation, we're going to be having, the CEC is going to be having a ranking conversation to recommend projects to the SCA with capital funding.
Great.
Thanks.
thank you. And for the new business items on the business meeting, there's a number of them, and I'd like to try to move through them in relatively efficient order, just following a pattern of a few minutes to discuss the topic, have a discussion on if there are next steps anyone wants to take, and then otherwise we just table it and move on if we don't get anywhere in 10 minutes or so. So the first item on the new business agenda is discussion on middle and high school admissions policy. And would the sponsors of that item like to make any comments?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm the sponsor of that item, but I know it's something I've been speaking about quite a bit. Full transparency, I have, both a child going into middle school for next year and a child going into high school next year. So I'm, very in tune with parents going through the similar admissions right now. And frankly, the fact that, for schools, for high schools, they've left screened programs in. It's quite shocking and surprising that why for middle schools, they just decided to just make it all lottery. Really causing a lot of confusion for parents, also quite last minute. DOE had so many parent sessions on this point months ago. A lot of input was provided, and yet last minute, this change was made. So it would be great if they somehow, went back and changed it back from a lottery. But this will cause a lot of issues, and it is causing a lot of additional stress for parents, for students, and frankly for D20 schools that are already so overcrowded. I just don't know what this will do to our existing schools here, particularly the middle schools.
Inga, can I ask you, or Vito had mentioned that some development happened today around this, or no?
I don't know, Vito, if you've heard of anything. I have not regarding middle
I think
schools.
that was G&T reference.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I do have breaking news on a lottery. Do we have anyone from the DOE that can speak officially on the lottery procedures? I know that there was some discussion from DOE officials on that to individual members of other CECs. Do we have anybody who has firsthand information that can share with us?
Doesn't look like anyone's in the chat. In the participant list at this point. As far as G&Ts go, Councilman Abate's chief of staff did forward us some information about the fact that of all the districts, we have the heaviest G&T concentration. And so I know that that's not directly related to middle and high school, but it goes along with capacity and screened schools. And so we have 8 and out of 83, and 2 districts don't have any at all. So, the lottery notwithstanding, if this is some sort of mayoral, well, we know it is a mayoral push to get rid of screens. It's worth considering why there are 2 districts that don't have any G&T programs. I'm not sure how we're supposed to be fast tracking our best and brightest into the top schools if we're not identifying them young.
I agree with you, Alice.
I agree as well, Alice.
Yay.
Yeah, that's a whole other, point of contention, I think, with the DOE is, they should be, ensuring that these programs or types of programs are provided for, you know, any and all students that need them, frankly. It's also a need, right? But yeah, that's another, I guess, topic.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
If I may speak onto the lottery itself, specifically lotteries for the middle schools in District 20 and less about the high schools of the District 20 kids go to, because I'm not as familiar. May I comment?
Yep.
Thank you, sir. So from what I understand, and this is from the last President's Council meeting that we had, from what I understand, that the District 20 Superintendent Program middle schools, that would be schools like McKinley or Diker or 229 that have existing gifted and talented or superintendent programs in 6th grade. Those seats will remain special seats, but they will now be called district-wide middle school seats. So they will not be called gifted and talented. They will be district-wide seats that anyone from District 20 may put into the lottery to get those seats. Insofar as Krista McAuliffe is concerned, that is also just a lottery. However, nobody knew as of last week whether it would be one big school, Krista McAuliffe, or 3 separate academies. They said, well, wait until it comes out with the lottery and see if there's 3 options. So that's horrible. That is horrible lack of transparency right there, that the DOE doesn't even know what they're doing until it comes out. I mean, that's like we have to pass the bill to read it, right? That's just horrible. That's just not good procedure, and I was disappointed at that. Separately, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add to that, Vito. You know, the communication given to parents is that middle school admissions would be open the week of January 11th, right? As of Monday, Tuesday, nothing was available on the site. Obviously, parents are all checking the site multiple times. I don't know about this morning. I just checked it now, and the entire website is down for scheduled maintenance. So, you know, just to give other council members a sense for what parents are going through right now, it's just, you know, it's unbelievable, particularly during a pandemic.
May I speak?
Sure.
Yeah, may I ask what you all are afraid of? What are you afraid of? That your children are finally going to go to school with poor kids? With Black and Latinx kids? Is that what you're afraid of? G&T is a non-scientific, no, I have the right to respond here.
This is out of order. This is against the rule of conduct. You are
I agree.
inflammatory and
Really
accusing
against-
people.
Yeah, you are literally name calling me, Alan, which I do not appreciate, because that is not what I said.
Okay, point of order. I think.
What are we afraid of? G&T is a segregationist policy grounded in the eugenics movement. That is an empirical fact. Okay, it is an empirical fact. So what is it that we're afraid of in this district? That children now have to go to school with each other as 1954 desegregation Supreme Court demanded of us? What are we afraid of? What is it? Say it.
This is out of order, ma'am.
So a point of order.
A reminder of our code of conduct is speak professionally and respectfully to other
Yes,
members.
and I just want to, I think we've all agreed to assume the best of each other, and I read Alan's comments as more of everyone who is for G&T and not calling anyone out specifically. I listen, he's passionate, we all are, I get it. But let's just try to assume the best of one another during our debates, no matter how passionately we may speak on a subject.
Steve, may I speak?
Yes, please.
I have to, I don't want to belabor this point, but it's this type of caustic language that is making some of our council members afraid to speak in public. It was an absolute castigation of Inga and Vito. In the terminology used was highly unprofessional.
Yep.
And if we don't tone down our rhetoric during our public meetings, it is going to set an example which we do not want, obviously, given circumstances in the world today. So if we can't speak kindly and professionally to each other, we really should not be speaking. I do call the code of conduct for this behavior. Please, Alan, please refrain from these terminology.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you, Adele. I just want to move on to the actual substance of the middle and high school admission conversation that we're having right now. Alan spoke passionately. I did not read it as him calling Inga out specifically, but proponents of G&T programs. If you want to read it differently, that's fine. But I really do think we should move on and acknowledge, I would motion to, let's keep it going.
Yeah, I agree, Alice. Is there anything final on the admissions, or can we move on to the next agenda item?
I would like to just briefly, very briefly, touch upon the lottery aspect of the admissions process. I have grave concerns about the accountability and transparency and the type of lottery that the DOE is going to conduct. I do not trust the DOE. I would like some oversight by an independent body, perhaps the Department of Investigation, to not only make sure that the lottery is fair, but that there is somebody that does an audit in September to make sure that nobody who has a lower number than anyone else got into a program that another person was slotted for. And I'm going to pursue this and maybe bring something appropriate to the council as well as to our elected officials sometime in the future.
So you'll follow up with that. Okay. right.
Can I ask Vito a question? Have you been equally as, I know it's a pandemic year and I'm aware the DOE has not been transparent on anything really. Have you been this concerned in past years? Because all op-ed schools operate on a lottery system.
In 2013, may I speak? I'm sorry, you done?
I mean, yeah, no, that was my question. Thank you, yes.
So in 2013, then Controller John Liu conducted an audit of the screened high schools. And what he found was 13% of the people in screened high schools didn't make the metrics that were published for those high schools. Now, my question is, who were those kids who got in? And if I had to bet money, I would bet that they were high people in the DOE, they were high people in other city agencies, or they were friends and family of such.
I would agree with that.
I can't make that. I cannot make that. That is my personal feeling. That is not an accusation. And I just want a very transparent process to make sure that not one seat is stolen.
Absolutely. Can I make a suggestion there?
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
that you said the DOI. It's my understanding that Department of Investigations doesn't actually get involved unless there's suspicion of wrongdoing first. May I suggest we, or you, because this is your mission. I know that's the wrong word, maybe. This is your cause.
It's a concern of mine.
Maybe reach out to Stringer's office, right? If John Liu, the controller, did it in the past, Scott Stringer would be the first office to maybe reach out to this time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Alice.
Anytime, Peter.
I think we should move on to the next item on the agenda.
Does anyone, yeah, absolutely. We're almost at our 10 minutes. Does anyone else want to speak on it real quick?
I actually want to speak, if I may.
Absolutely, Yifeng.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being bullied and name called, and I think enough is enough for this behavior. So I'm actually the sponsor of this resolution to support retaining G&T and program in District 20, because my my younger child, right, he's in pre-K now, he's incoming kindergartner. So like this has put my family through a lot of uncertainties. So we just heard the news last night, so I came up, revisited a previous resolution. I don't know why this, according to some like council member, is being called a shame. Like I am really afraid to speak up because like I just feel like I'm really bullied, and like honestly, I don't think like having more kids having like access, all kids having access to a great, a better education is something wrong. If the demand is there, why not increase the supply? Like I don't really appreciate being called a racist. I've never mentioned it. Like I don't know what's the intent of some council member, like keep bringing up the
I have to
word.
make a point of order. I'm sorry, Fang.
know.
Nobody used that language. I'm gonna push back here. No one used your name. No one has used your name. If you're taking it personally, I'm sorry. I am personally, and I think everyone on this council can speak to this, I encourage debate. I respect your opinions, and I would ask that you would respect mine, because it's not, in my opinion, not bullying to disagree. I see what you're saying. I think you're talking about the prior council member. I appreciate your comments. I don't want to cut you off, Steve. I just, do you have anything to say about middle and high school admissions right now, Yifeng?
Actually, point of order. I'm sorry, Alice. I don't know why you're adjudicating this.
Well, because I'm trying to
expressed an
keep
opinion.
time, and we're trying
Yes,
to
but
keep to
she
an agenda,
she
Adele,
expressed an opinion, and this has been
as recording
ongoing.
secretary.
And
Okay, and
maybe
I
Steve-
rebutted.
Point of order.
Yeah, but maybe Steve should be the one who is moderating this. Yifeng is expressing a long-held opinion that was made manifest in this particular meeting.
Okay, well, sorry
And
about
it's
that.
not to say whether or not she
I
feels
won't
this.
adjudicate anymore, Adele, but again, it is an opinion. I have an
Okay, yes, and leave her to her
There is
opinion.
no
It does not
resolution
have-
to
need to
this
be
particular
adjudicated.
debate.
Alice.
Okay.
Please, Adele, Alice. Let's move on to the next item, all right? We'll follow up. I heard what everyone said. We can follow up on these issues separately, but this is new business, and we're talking about several topics that we'd like to move through really relatively quickly. The next one is discussion on student showcase meetings. There have been a couple ideas thrown around about having students get back involved in our meetings again. One idea was the May Arts Festival, do that virtually somehow. Another idea was have short video clips at meetings. And then a third idea was if certain schools are celebrating the Chinese New Year in February, maybe work with those schools to highlight the festival there. So that's how I'll sort of frame the conversation. Is there any support for doing any or all of those ideas? I like the idea of a May festival. I think it gives us time to plan and get students prepared. But any comments, short comments on the viability of doing one of those things?
May I speak, Steve?
Yes.
Absolutely, wholeheartedly. I know there's mixed feelings about using our time as a council, but I really think we need to build community, and it was a lovely community building event to have our students showcase their talents and the work that they're doing, especially when they can't all be together. So anything that we can do, if I can support you in any way, I'm hoping that maybe the U of T and CSA reps will also want to participate in this. This could be a collaborative effort to get our students, just to give them some sort of platform. I think it's really important for social and emotional health right now.
When it happened in the past in person, what was the general format?
Oh, it was wild. It was lovely. It was we had it in May. There were a number of schools that were picked, we didn't have enough room for everybody, but there was a variety of different types of presentation. We had plays, we had a cellist. We also had an arts festival, an art showcase specifically for fine arts that students did on another avenue. But the May Arts Festival was a tradition that we held every year. It was a standing festival, and it was held at a particular school. Now, obviously, we'll have to tweak it for an online platform if our council members agree to use our time in this way.
Right.
But I think it's one of the most, holistic things that we could do for our students right now.
Traditionally, how long was it?
It was about 2 to 2 hours. It was about 2, and it was packed. It was packed. There were obviously all the parents came. How we select the students, I'm hoping we can come to an equitable way of doing that so that we can showcase as many students as possible. Another thing we used to do, and I know there was some pushback about that. Maybe not. I might be speaking out of turn. But we used to have a student play at the beginning of our meetings, just to get more students involved, have a school showcase something that they were doing. Obviously, if the school's not together, then maybe we would have a student showcase something that they could do at the beginning of our meetings. But again, that's up to the council as a whole, what they would like to agree to.
Interesting.
Can I speak on just
Yes.
a little bit more detail on that? My understanding too was that this was coordinated by the superintendent, and that every school separately had their own event in May. And then I think that our performing arts presentation during our May meeting was different groups of students culled by, I'm sure, the principals, the performing art teachers, the superintendent. I'm sure it had something to do with availability. And during that day, which was in person, other grades and other students from other schools would actually come. It was normally held at 2:59, I think, or in past years. And then they would come and watch the performance. So it was really quite lovely. I'm all for having it in May as a concerted effort. A few just things that we need to consider, like personally, my child hasn't been in school yet, so I haven't filled out any of her consent forms, but if we're gonna be having a performing arts festival over Zoom, we're gonna need to make sure that all of our consent forms are in order and that, you know, all of our logistics are taken care of there. I don't want to expose anyone's child.
Definitely.
But-
Do you remember in the past how long it would take to sort of plan and set up? Was it a
Honestly, we were not involved in that part, in that aspect of it. We just came to the May meeting. The superintendent worked in conjunction with the principals, I'm assuming, and whoever was in charge of the performing arts program. for
And
the
that's why,
school.
to Alice's point, you know, I would like to see it equitably distributed. I don't know if we send the survey out to teachers or schools.
Well, first, I think we should ask if they plan on doing it anyway in this.
Yeah.
Because, you know, performances to me, and this isn't necessarily, I'm not a performing arts person, but I would think that they would start with the blended children, the children who were going to school in a blended manner first, maybe not, I don't know. It seems like, you know, I would like to defer to the schools instead of saying, come and put pressure on them to put something together. Instead say, are you putting anything together? We'd love to showcase you in May. I think we might not get as many responses as in past years. I'm sure we won't.
I think I saw Diane Granardis can speak to this a little bit.
Yay.
Can you, Diane, you're unmuted?
Yes, I am. So just give me 1 second. Let me just turn this down 1 second. Hold on. I'm sorry about that. So traditionally, May in District 20 was considered Project Arts Month. And so each school on their own would have an assembly, invite their parents, etc. And every school was invited to send one group of students to the district-wide performance, which was held, yes, Alice, it was held at McKinley Junior High School. And the evening performance that was connected to the CEC meeting was for to provide an opportunity basically to give those parents who worked during the day and could not attend the day performance, to give them an opportunity to see children perform. And basically every school in the district performed either at the day performance or the evening. So we asked the schools who would like to perform in the evening, and basically it was those schools that were closer to, it was always done at PS 264. It was the schools that were closer to that venue because they could not get school buses, or, you know, parents could not travel far to get to the venue. So that's how that all came about. So it was on a voluntary basis. They picked 3 or 4 schools, maybe 5 schools to perform in the evening, and the rest of the schools did perform during the day. And that went from pre-K through grade 8.
Wow.
So, you know, District 20 was always known as and continues to be known as an arts district, because we take the arts very seriously. And I'm speaking from experience because I was a music teacher for 23 years. So, you know, we feel that it's a very important part of a child's education, whether it's dance or visual arts or performing arts or music, any of the arts disciplines. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane. So, sorry, Steve.
No, go ahead, Alice.
No, I was just gonna, I just want to be cognizant of time. If anyone else doesn't have anything to add, or
I just want to
how
add
about,
something.
Okay, hi.
Yeah, no, I'm all in support of this. I think it's great, but I also do think we have a lot of serious issues on our plate.
Mhm.
So I'd like to propose that maybe we add a second calendar meeting to May so that we can continue on with some of the serious business as
What
well
an
as.
amazing idea. I would second that motion. I think we need to have a formal vote on that, but we can certainly table that until next month. Is anyone against those two ideas? Having a second meeting in May to accommodate the performances that we want to plan, and B, to table the actual planning of all of this until February so we can move on.
And should we maybe do some preliminary planning now so that in February, when we come back and make the decision, there's some rough idea of what will be entailed, and frankly, how long it would be.
Mhm.
Is there anyone who'd like to sort of spearhead this, the effort between, kicking this off? Adele, you
Yeah,
really like this.
I just unmuted. I drank and it went down the wrong pipe, so I'm dying here a second. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think we can start by talking Dr. O'Brien at our next meeting, and then maybe, I don't know if Diane Gennardis would like to help as music. I think it is a very serious business, the arts. And I would love to have that collaboration if possible.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I think we can move on now. The next item, I'm not sure if this is, I think Alice, you suggested this might be a holdover from the last meeting, but it's holding a meeting for schools and their liaisons. Did anyone place that on this month's meeting?
I think it was just a holdover.
Okay, unless anyone feels strongly, I think we can just move on from that.
Well, I just want to say that, this has been an issue with just sort of the relationships between us and our schools. And last year, we were invited to a meeting of the principals that we were supposed to have conversation with, and then we were essentially given lunch and then disinvited and told to leave. So I'd like to sort of move forward with trying to find ways for us as a group to have more of a relationship, more of a back and forth discussion with principals as a group, or other school staff members. So I think it is an important topic, something not only are we having individual conversations, but finding ways sort of as a group to raise issues across the district and look at those together.
Anything come to mind, Simeon, like in terms of group and what types of groups? You mentioned principals.
So I didn't know if whoever put this on the agenda was referring to that type of meeting where we had a meeting with all the principals and the liaisons together in one room to have a discussion, or if we wanted to have some breakouts with, middle schools versus elementary schools with K-8s, or I don't know. I don't actually have any specific ideas, but I do think it's a good idea and something we should pursue.
Yeah, I mean, in general, how is the liaison outreach going for everyone at this point? I've personally only heard back from one of my schools, and I'll be attending their SLT meeting tomorrow. But based on the number of capital requests we've got, I think it's going reasonably well.
May I speak?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the email follow-ups that I did send, I think, when we heard of the Reso A funding, I actually did send a follow-up email to provide that information to schools, and I did hear back from them, which was really great. And we did get some additional info, around PTA and SLT meetings that I could join in the next few months, as well as they were open to setting up meetings, to discuss any issues or questions even as well.
Great.
Steve, if I may speak.
Yes.
We used to, on the agenda, if you saw the template for the agenda that used to be, I guess, liaison reports.
Yep.
And it would actually be part of the agenda for the business meeting for each individual to give their liaison reports.
So that was a business
I guess that
meeting.
held us more accountable.
And that was a business meeting agenda, Adele, not calendar?
Yeah, it was in the business meeting.
Okay, because I put it on the calendar for today, but we can certainly, I think we'll need all the time we can get in the calendar meeting. So let's just on
We're
the
actually probably going to be running a little bit behind on our business meeting as well.
Yeah. Well, it'll have to end when it at 7.
That's exactly right. Yes.
okay, does anyone want to say anything else on actually, why don't we just remove the liaison? I didn't know liaison meeting.
Yeah,
liaison-
I would actually move to table it to next month. I think, like
Yeah.
Simeon says, it is something important to discuss. We just have a lot on the agenda tonight, so.
Great.
If-
And
that's
we'll just
any
skip
objection?
it. We'll skip it in the
Um,
calendar meeting too.
Wait, I think I hear someone. Anyone object?
No, no objections. That's what I said.
Okay, great, Inga, thank you. Okay, so Steve, let's move on. Thank you.
Yeah, so committees, I wanted to bring up the subject of CEC committees again, and sort of think about where we go from here. I know there's a number that have been created. My recommendation is we have sort of, all of us are very busy, we're all volunteers. Perhaps we focus on a small number of committees, but of course, committees can be formed with any members of the council that want to be on them, and members and public members, by the way. So I would like to do a social media website committee, which would basically form, do some research on different ways of optimizing your social media platforms, which would do some research on policies around what gets, content, usage of those platforms by members, usage of other platforms by members not affiliated with. So anyway, that's one thought. And but I'm pleased, everyone else who would like to sort of weigh in on where we see the committees, the need for a committee, please do so.
I can speak to it since I don't hear anyone popping up right now. I would actually move to get rid of all of the committees that we have developed so far. We have literally never had one committee meeting for any of our 5 or 6 committees that we have. It's January. I would take your suggestion, Steve. I would make a motion to formally adopt one social media committee to address any and all of those issues that you just brought up and anything else surrounding social media. My concern is just that we reach out, that being only on one social media platform is really limiting our reach. I would like students to actually read our page, they're not going on Facebook for sure, et cetera, et cetera. This is a committee conversation. Let's keep in mind too that committee meetings need to be open meetings. So I feel like if we really laser focus on one issue, we might be able to set the next council up for success, because elections are coming, everybody. That's all. Thank you.
I guess I'd like to sort of go the other direction, which is to say we come together once a month and have very heated conversations about some hot topics that rely very little on evidence, research, information, data, but a lot of opinion. And I think a committee could give us a lot of opportunities to explore some of these issues in much more depth and have opportunities to speak to some experts, speak to DOE staff, speak to other people, and get more information that we could then come back to the meeting with information to frame some of these debates rather than just getting stuck in ruts and having sort of my side, your side about particular issues. So, I think the Screen School Gifted Talented has come up meeting after meeting after meeting. I think that would deserve it. I personally would love to see something about curriculum that looks at our reading instruction and looks at our, culturally relevant education and how that's implemented in the district. I know we've talked about equity, and the district had an equity committee for, I think, 2 months, and then it closed. And so it'd be nice for us to maybe pick up that mantle and go with it and look at some of the data on equity, which overlaps on all these other things as well. So obviously we have limited time and limited people. So I don't think all these committees could work, but I think some of these issues would benefit from having people look at them more than once a month and in a public meeting, but having some in-depth analysis that we can then bring to the meetings and use.
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that,
Go ahead,
please?
Alan. Yep, of course.
Yeah, I want to back that up. We talked about having an equity committee, and it's very apparent tonight that we've had that, where, we're going to debate a resolution that some of us just saw on GNT. I need to just tell everyone that's watching, I wish we'd give the same, why we need an equity committee is because I wish we'd give the same energy that we give to GNT all the time to disability families, to English language learners, to multiple language, to to people on the margins in our district. So an equity committee would hold us accountable. And I think that we had already begun setting up the infrastructure for that. And you know, everything that we're doing tonight, what we're debating and how we're doing it and so forth is very much representative of, and especially Simon, you mentioned curricula. We're actually going to get into those, get into that tonight as well, probably, right? So I mean, it's just, we are desperate and to shape those committees based on empirical evidence, based on fact. And those facts should not be whitewashed anymore. Thanks.
Steve, may I speak?
Yes, please.
So obviously we've demonstrated as a council that we seem to have an inability to move forward for whatever reason is there. I can't speculate on that right now. I would like to bring up our superintendent meeting that we had last week where the Dr. O'Brien, and I'm sorry, Alan, you weren't there or you arrived late. So he did offer to us a very collaborative pointed committee focusing on, he suggested, for instance, focusing on special needs families and to get the resources that we need from the DOE to work collaboratively with the district to get those resources, to talk about compliance, to understand compliance, to understand what those issues are and hopefully make some headway. So with that in mind, that we have, you know, and I know some people talk about our district collaborations in different veins and what that means, but you know, if we have that offer there and the possibility of incorporating DOE resources that we don't necessarily get direct access to, then I would suggest that we start with special needs. And we focus specifically on that collaborative effort to have meetings with these resources, D75 superintendent, anything from central that we can have, any resources regarding the services being provided to our students or not being provided to our students, what their needs are specifically, because we have yet to tackle that. We have yet to find that this is the thing that they are missing, this is how we can help. Never mind the fact that we have $25,000 in a budget that we have an opportunity to spend for that purpose, to help these families by
Okay,
providing.
we have a budget. I'm sorry, we have a budget discussion too. I don't mean to get off.
Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah, and I might have guessed at $25,000.
Yeah.
But we do have money there that we can allocate to this. So I would move that we have one committee. It focus on one population that we can help. We can do something definitive in the short time that we have together, because we've identified that need in our district, and we can move towards helping that population in a meaningful way, in a tangible way.
So
one comment.
Steve, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, Steve, I muted you.
Go, Vito, you said you wanted to make a comment?
Brief comment. I don't know if it was a misstatement or not, but a committee does not hold us accountable. Okay, we are independent. A committee would give us resources to either apply or not apply based upon who, you know, what we decide as a group, as in individuals, and no committee holds us accountable for anything.
All committee discussions come back to the full council for any action. That's very clear. Okay, let's move to, I think we should move to establish committees. And I think the really important thing is that there has to be one or two individuals behind these that really want to drive it. And so it really is going to be a voluntary thing. So I like the idea. I've talked to a number of you about special education. I love that idea. I would move that we establish a committee on special education.
I would second that motion, Steve. That's a great idea. I like Simeon's comments on reasons to actually have committees to kind of hash all this stuff out before we come to these meetings. I just want to, according to our bylaws, and I believe according to Chancellor's regs, not only committees are also open to parents.
Correct.
Correct, Vito? I know you know.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so in that way, it does kind of hold us accountable. Just that it's open to not just council members. And I, for one, welcome the diversity of opinion.
Yeah, and Steve Weiser confirms that.
Great, Weiser. Thank you. Steve Weezer is our face
And
liaison, just for the public. So you
Yes.
all
to establish a committee, do we need a vote? I don't-
Probably, yeah. In your bylaws, it doesn't specify, it just says the council may create committees.
Right.
So by the council may create, I would say a vote. Whether or not you need a roll call vote is really up to you all.
Okay.
Mm.
Does anyone else want to propose any? I like social media and special education. I'd be happy to be part of those and help drive those forward if they're established. But does anyone
As
else?
president, you are de facto member of all committees.
Yep.
Just
I'm
FYI.
saying I'll also be an idea generator and a
Right.
sort of a, not just sit there and listen, but do research and help.
I think, Steve, it's important to hear from Alan what he thinks on the idea, since he is the IEP rep.
Hold on a second, but it was called the Special Education Committee. Let's remember that. Let's separate special education from IEPs, from like, this is why I've been really, really frustrated with this council. We are done being segregated and put to the sideline. We need the mainstream, and we need to stop this sort of sideshow of like, let's give them a bone. What folks don't understand here is that we are in resource conflict with one another. This is why the council has to make a decision. Like, you've got to prioritize. You've got to reach deep in and be like, you know what? D&T kids got a whole lot of resources. People, families with disabilities do not. And so that's part of why, like, so yes, I'm fine with the Special Education Committee, but there's also a larger CCSE that already represents the entire city. So what I'm saying is that special education should be embedded in every single one of our committee conversations, not in this sideline space, right? This is what we do to subaltern groups all our lives. We give them this special little place over here, and maybe if the council will listen to them, maybe we might get a little resolution that, you know, hey, you'll get a D75 school, great. Now stop complaining. No, this is about how we prioritize our agenda, right? Earlier, y'all called me passionate about this. Believe me, when you're at the receiving end of disability exclusion, right? You're gonna fight for these scarce resources, right? And I'm begging you all to center, not to sideline. Thanks.
Alan, I'm sorry, I just need a point of clarity. Are you saying that we shouldn't have our primary focus on special education and IEPs? Because I don't think this is what we call peripheralizing it. It would be
Special ed,
centering it.
anyone in any track, Adele, anyone, you don't understand this. I don't know why you don't
So
understand this.
no, but I just need to understand because
All
we're
right,
trying to
point of
establish
order,
a focus.
I want to pause.
Okay, point of order. What Alan is saying is that you can have an IEP and not be receiving special education services. They are not conflatable. And
Okay, so
Alan would
then you
like
would
us
like to
to
focus on
always be
IEP
talking about our
or are we
D75
focusing on
students.
IEP or special education? So I'd like to hear from you, Alan. This is your purview.
Well, he just
Would you
said
like
it.
our committee to focus on IEPs?
Do we motion, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I don't need, I don't want to debate terminology now. Excuse me, we're not going to debate right now. It's 6:58. We have 2 minutes until the calendar meeting.
Just for the record, I don't understand, Stephen.
Yeah, I understand. I've heard the conversation. I guess we'll just have to table until the next meeting to establish
And
the special
hopefully,
education.
Alan, you will consider sitting on that committee, okay?
Yeah,
I would encourage you. We need your voice, Alan. Thank you.
And I would also like to motion to establish a social media committee and get that running as well. Is that something that
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay. Should we do an all in favor and then just if anyone objects to either committee? So all in favor of establishing a social media committee, say aye.
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 Any objections? Excellent. All in favor of establishing a special education / IEP committee?
Or Alice, did we want to wait until we get buy-in from, or not? I thought we wanted to wait until we could get buy-in on Alan from that.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Alan, is that all right with you?
Which committee specifically?
So Dr. O'Brien offered to work with us on this subject. I know that there was an article that came out in the Brooklyner and a lot of people took it very seriously, as they should. So it has received renewed urgency of attention. And Dr. O'Brien has offered to work with us as a CEC to get to the bottom of why
Thanks, Alice.
things are not equitable. Sorry.
Thank you, Alice.
Would you be so, Alan, can we just settle it now? Would you be interested in being a part of this committee as?
Yeah, totally. Thank you.
Great. So can we go ahead and make a motion then, Steve, do you think?
Yep, let's do that. Make
Okay.
motion to establish a committee, and I'll leave it to Alan to name it even.
Yeah. Okay, so it can be TBA. So all in favor of establishing a to be determined name committee focusing on special education and IEP D75 issues, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
objections? Anyone object?
I don't object, but like I have a question that's related.
Okay,
it-
so
under
can we just
asking-
have the motion pass? The motion passes unanimously, and then go ahead, Yifeng.
As it's now 7:01, so we really need to wrap up.
Okay.
So my question is that a student who has been identified as having the potential to achieve at a high level also has, other learning or behavior needs that needs to be supported. So I think today DOE has either the IEP program or GNT program. So like twice exceptional students can currently only choose one or the other and are not adequately supported. So like, is this also considered as a part of the like special program that committee that we are forming? Like, I just don't understand it.
I think that that's a discussion for the committee, Yifeng.
Yep, I agree. And how about membership? The bylaws, this might be a Steve question. The bylaws, the membership is at its sole discretion defined by the council. Can we get membership offline after this business meeting? Is that okay, Steve? If we
Yeah,
do
people can just volunteer to
Uh,
join the committees.
Okay.
Like there needs to be an established chair,
Mhm.
but then anyone can go to the committee meeting when they're posted.
Okay. And the chair should be established at the business meeting?
I mean, you should establish the chair of them like now, if you
Yeah.
could, and if not, at the next meeting before they meet.
Okay.
Because the chair has responsibilities to put on the meeting and keep track of the minutes and all that.
Okay.
That should be outlined in your bylaws.
Yep. And then I guess, I know we're over time here, but the chair for the social media committee, is there anyone who has expertise, strong interest in that area? I can chair it, but I'm not as, I'll be learning a lot about social media as I do it. So, but I'm fine doing that.
I would
Steve,
love
I'll
for
work
you to
with you if
chair
you-
it.
All right, I'll chair the
Alice,
social media committee.
I'm sorry, Alice said she chair, or is
No,
it?
no, no. I would love Steve to chair it. I think that we've already been down this road so many times with each other that we need
Okay.
Steve is the perfect chair for this particular committee, in my
And then
opinion.
I'd love to have Alan, if you would chair the committee focused on students with special education needs. Is that okay?
I think we need to talk about how this works after. Now is not, okay, we need to, we're misunderstanding how this is defined by law. And I think that because we have an agenda, we should probably talk as, all right? Because I don't think we're understanding. Thanks.
All right, no problem. So we'll table that till the next meeting. And then real quick, lastly, Simeon, you had a lot of good ideas. Is there any one particular committee that you just wanted to sort of propose?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. I think at this point, we should conclude the business meeting. So motion to adjourn the business meeting.
Well, sorry, Steve, I don't mean to cut you off. Steve, do we need to table the E, F, and G, or can we just skip over them? Do we need to address it?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have time now.
No, I
really
hear ya.
like the
Okay.
calendar meeting. It's 7:04.
Okay, so let's just roll it over to February 13th meeting, which is our next meeting, and I make a motion to adjourn.
Can I assume that there was nothing in the budget that was urgent in that conversation?
That's correct, Simeon. It's
That is
basically discuss how to spend the remaining, if we can sort of reallocate some of the budget money to other purposes. We might be able to also talk about that offline as well.
Yeah, before we present anything formal, for
Yeah.
sure. Okay, So I make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 7:04. We need a second, guys.
Second.
Second.
Great. All in favor? Yay.
Yay.
Okay, Steve, you're next.
And now are we going right into calendar meeting, right?
Into it.
Okay. I call the calendar meeting to order at 7:05. Can we take roll call, please?
Yes. Okay. Stephen Stowe, President.
Here.
Dina Gerges, First Vice President.
Here.
Robert Aguilar, Second Vice President, and L Rep.
Here.
Alice Licato, Recording Secretary, present. Inga Smoliar, Brooklyn Borough President Appointee and Treasurer.
Here.
Alan Aja, IEP Rep.
Here.
Mauricia Cadillo.
Here.
Yifeng Chen.
Yeah.
Adele Doyle.
Here.
Vito Labella.
Here.
And Simeon Stoltzberg, the other Brooklyn Borough President Appointee.
Here.
Thank you, everyone. Roll call is completed, and I guess I'll move right into the next item, which is the approval of the December calendar meeting minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review those minutes? And let's give Natalia a moment to bring it up on the screen. While she's doing that, I actually do have a small change. I don't know. So under the public speaking summary, the letter that was read into the record, this is probably my fault for not responding to Natalia soon enough on the draft before she put it up. But for precedent's sake, I would move that we do not print letters in full, that we summarize them like any other public speaking would be summarized, and we'll add that timestamp on the video. I just think it sets a precedent of if anyone has a letter to be quote unquote read into the record, then now we're printing it in our minutes in full. I think it's a lot. I would move that we summarize any letters being read into the record on behalf of the public as we summarize any other public speaking comment. If I could get a second, or you guys need a minute to catch up to what I'm talking about.
Alice, can you just confirm that does not affect those letters submitted by public officials?
Oh, no, not at all. The public officials that can be made, available on the website. I don't think that a member of the public would want their letter that they wanted read into the minute or into public speaking. So last time a parent had, I believe it was Vito, read a letter into the minutes. If we're going to do that, and I have no objection to reading letters on behalf of parents, I just would prefer their comments be summarized. Any elected officials, any official statement they made would be available on our Facebook page and our website as a matter of course.
Alice, where do you get that from? Is that standard operating procedure from somewhere?
I mean, it's not. I guess we could ask for some input on Steve. Just logistically think about it. Now, if I know that if I write a letter and have a CEC member read it and for their public speaking, that's going to actually be reprinted in minutes. I mean, why shouldn't everyone do that? Now we have 30-page minutes full of letters. I just want it to be treated like any other public speaking. It's briefly summarized and the timestamp is put there for the video so that I can go.
Letters, are we speaking? I'm sorry, were you finished?
No, whatever. So it just in the minutes now, it does say at hour 2 minute 34, 40 seconds. And you can go to that part of the video and in full get to hear the entire content of the letter rather than having it printed out.
So what if we just summarized and then submitted the actual letter so the letter could be attached to the minutes? Like all of the letters that were submitted this evening or today, yesterday.
They aren't submitted in lieu of public speaking though, Vito. They are just submitted for our consideration. This specifically was a parent who could not make the meeting for whatever reason and asked you to read it on her behalf, her public comments.
I have no problem with that. I would like to know for myself what the right thing to do is.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm all for input. If we're doing it, this way, we're kind of giving preference to letters.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a stipulation that if any member wants their comments specifically recorded in the minutes, they can request it? And I assume the same would apply in this case. If a member wanted a letter read word for word into the minutes, I assume they could request it. Steve Weiser, can you just
Yeah,
said,
I just don't think it would go under public speaking time, but I would agree with that. Steve?
okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's a good question. I mean, I do think if someone has specifically asked for it to be put in, I would kind of do it, sorry, my brain just stopped working. That you could put it in, I'd say, as an attachment and be like, see attachment, instead of putting it all in the minutes. If someone specifically requested to have it there. I do understand what you're saying though, Alice, like you don't want the minutes to get super long, or to have letters put like ahead of public speaking during a meeting. But someone could say, write a letter specifically to a resolution that you've all put up on the website and they weren't able to attend, and maybe they'd either ask it to just be put into public speaking or to be attached.
Right.
which would be an attachment.
I think if they volunteer to have it attached, I'm also all for that. I just, to print the entirety in the minutes. In this
I wouldn't print it entirely in the minutes, yeah.
Yeah, in this case, it's not a letter to a resolution. We've actually received a few letters on some of our resolutions tonight. This is, a parent couldn't make the public speaking portion of the meeting. And so asked someone to read their statement. I don't know, I feel like we got to do for one what we do for everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't want to waste a lot of time on this.
That's all right. We can, I think the best solution is kind of what Steve recommended, which is summarize, make a comment in the minutes, and then reference see attached,
Okay,
right?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. And we'll work on that with Natalia in the minutes as we develop them.
Okay, so next, just be aware, everyone, that the final minutes will change to have summarized this letter in section 4D, and there'll be a timestamp so you can see. And I think not in this case, we won't attach it because it wasn't, maybe we can reach out to the parent to see if she would like her letter to be actually available on the website. We can follow up on that, but we still need to.
I don't think we need to. It was actually through Facebook. This
Okay.
is actually fine.
Okay, great. So we'll do it that way. And in the future, if any parents who are listening would like their letters to be included in the minutes, just, email our administrative assistant. The email is up in the chat and we will do our best to include it. If it's a resolution comment, we will include it in the minutes along with resolutions. Or at least we will link to the letter, rather. So anyway, all in favor of approving the December calendar meeting minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? Great. Motion passes unanimously. Minutes are approved.
I believe I need to read the script from the script as far as public speaking for the calendar meeting.
Okay.
As far as public comment goes, and before I do that, there's no need to do the translator statements again, or is there? Do the translators need to make their statements again for people who might have just signed on for the calendar meeting?
Maybe.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I'll start from the top of the script then. Good evening. Welcome to CEC 20's calendar meetings. Thank you for joining us. Before the meeting starts, I just want to remind you that this is a public meeting. It's being recorded. The only people who should share their cameras are the superintendent, CEC members, and our guests. I also want to announce that there are Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin interpreters here tonight working on separate lines. You should see video of these interpreters. Thank you to them for being here and providing this important service to our Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin speaking families. Would our Spanish translator like to make their introduction?
Hola a todos, Ulises y yo, Luciana, vamos a ser sus intérpretes. Para tener línea de interpretación tienen que llamar al 347-966-4114 y poner la clave 184-402-942 numeral, como está en la cajita de chat. Bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Would our Arabic translator please make their introduction?
مساء الخير وأهلا بكم. مساء الخير، أهلا بيكم في الاجتماع. لو حابين تسمعوا الترجمة باللغة العربية عليكم الاتصال بالرقم 1-3-4-7-9-6-6-6-1-1-4، وبعدها عليكم إدخال الرقم 1-4-8-1-8-3-7-8-2 وبعدين علامة الشباك. تقدروا تستمعوا للترجمة باللغة العربية، وفي نفس الوقت ممكن تخليكوا على زوم وتبقوا متابعين الاجتماع من على زوم، لكن خلوا الكمبيوتر بتاعكم على الصامت واستمعوا بس عن طريق الهاتف. مرة تانية رقم التليفون 1-3-4-7-9-6-6-6-1-1-4، وبعدين دخلوا رقم 1-4-8-1-8-3-7-8-2 وعلامة الشباك. شكرا.
Thank you. And would our Mandarin interpreter please make their introduction?
ترجمة الماندرين لو سمحتوا تقولوا.
大家晚上好，我们现在就是开始这个会议。如果有需要中文翻译的，请拨打电话347-966-4114，输入 ID 515-783-422加井号键。再重复一遍，如果有需要这个会议的翻译，请拨打电话347-966-4114。输入 ID 515-783-422井号键。同时，如果你想要看这个虚拟的视频会议，但是请你把电脑和手机静音，就可以了。谢谢。I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. And then as far as the public comment section of the meeting, there's actually going to be two scheduled public speaking sessions tonight. One will be directly following the School Construction Authority presentation. We've allocated approximately 15 minutes at that time period, and the other will be 30 minutes of public speaking directly before the resolutions on the agenda are discussed. The procedure for public speaking. When it's time for public comment, we'll repeat the following instructions again. The first step, we will take questions and comments from participants who signed up using our form. Please press the hand icon on the bottom of your screen to be recognized at that time. Or type your name and the word speak in all caps into the chat box. When your name is called, please repeat and spell your first and last name before beginning your comment or question. Second, we will take questions and comments from participants on the language lines, and the interpreters will interpret into English. And I guess, what's the procedure? Should I be periodically calling on the different language lines to see if you have any questions, interpreters? Should I periodically pause and call for Spanish, Arabic, or Mandarin questions?
Or they could just say in the chat.
Okay.
And just to, not to interrupt you, Steve, but we have First Vice President Dina Gerges, who is going to be watching over our chat this evening and alerting us to anything. So if she interjects, it's because something very important is happening that we all need to know about.
Okay.
But I would recommend the translators just write in the chat and we'll try to get to them next.
Okay. And then the final note on the public comment, if you've called in using your phone only, dial *9 to raise your hand, and Natalia will manually unmute your line and allow you to speak. And please state your first and last name slowly before beginning your comment. So thank you. With that being said, I think we can now move on to.
Just say one more thing on that.
Sure, Alice. Yep.
We have the two public speaking. We are, I mean, it's not a necessary thing, but please limit your public comments during the 15 minutes after the SCA presentation to questions about the SCA presentation. We will have public speaking that you can address anything on your mind. That is what the second public speaking is meant for. The first one is just, we are trying to limit it to SCA questions. Of course, it's a free country. Thank you.
And the time limit, 3 minutes
3
per
minutes,
public speaker.
correct.
Okay, and before we move to our first agenda item, I just want to extend a welcome to our invited guests that are joining the meeting tonight. Starting with invited and elected officials. We have State Assembly Member William Colton. We have Irene Chu from the Office of State Assembly Member Peter Abate. We have invited Nancy Corona from the Office of City Council Member Carlos Menchaca. And then we also have Donald DeRosa from Comptroller Scott Stringer's office. From the District 20 office, Acting Interim Superintendent Dr. Joseph O'Brien. We also have with us CSA District Chair Diane Granardis and UFT District Representative Ellen Dreisen. And then the School Construction Authority, who will be making their presentation momentarily. We have External Affairs Manager Steve Gonzalez, External Affairs Director Michael Mirasola.
Just one correction, Steve. He's not there, but I do have the Chief of Staff for the SCA. She is on tonight, Andrea Bender.
Okay, great. Thank you. And a number of other folks from the SCA, from the Division of School Facilities. We have Deputy Directors of Facilities Nicholas Del Bianco invited, and Anthony.
He's there. Nick is present.
Nick is here. Great. And then finally from the office, from Space Planning, Charles Fisher, Director of Space Planning for South Brooklyn. And so without further ado, we will go to the presentation. SCA is here. We're really glad to have you guys here. I'm looking forward to it. Other council members are, I'm sure. So please, Steve, take it away.
All right, so let me first start to share the screen. Okay. All right, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, before I do that, I do have to recognize one other person, and he's very important. He's the Chief of Brooklyn, Mr. Colin Albert, who's joined us. So we have to recognize him. He's in charge of all our Brooklyn projects for the SCA. So I do want to give a very special shout out to Colin. So having said that, a couple of comments before I start. First of all, I want to say it's Happy New Year to you, Steve, and Dr. O'Brien, and to the entire council. And wanted to say that I'm looking forward to working with you, Steve, as you are now the new CEC president. And also Dr. O'Brien is relatively new. I've had the opportunity to speak with him. I've known Dr. O'Brien for a number of years as he was assistant to Karina. And I have to give a very special shout out to Karina, who, as we all know, retired last August. And she was a very special woman. I worked with her for 12 years, and I'm going to miss her. But again, I'm also very happy to be working with Dr. O'Brien as well. So having said that, tonight we have the 5-year capital plan, the proposed November amendment, Wednesday, January 13th, 2021. So we'll go to the next page. The School Construction Authority's mission is to design and construct safe, attractive, and environmentally sound public schools for children throughout the many communities of New York City. We are dedicated to building and modernizing schools in a responsible, cost-effective manner while achieving the highest standards of excellence in safety, quality, and integrity. Tonight's meeting will give a general overview of the fiscal year 2020-2024 capital plan, proposed amendment, input, and comments. SCA fiscal year 2020-2024 capital plan and projects. Now, the fiscal year 2020-2024 capital plan is $19.01 billion. And in this time of the pandemic, we saw no reduction in our capital plan. We have an $8.93 billion in capacity, $6.44 billion in capital investment, and $3.64 billion in mandated programs. Fiscal year 2015-2019 capital plan was $15.9 billion, which now accounts for an increase of $3.11 billion. Now, SCA's citywide highlights: nearly $7.8 billion for over 57,000 new seats to reduce overcrowding, $750 million to make 50% of elementary school buildings partially or fully accessible, and 1/3 of all buildings fully accessible. $284 million for electrical work to support air conditioning in all classrooms by 2021. $589 million in support of the 3K and pre-K for all initiatives. $751 million for technology enhancements, and $84 million were included to improve ventilation. Now, on the capacity projects, new capacity, citywide, 57,000 seats, $7.8 billion. 3K and pre-K ed, $589 million. Replacement program, $217 million. Class size reduction, $150 million. Capacity to remove TCUs, $180 million. So, fiscal year 2020, 2024, new schools. As you can see, proposed number of seats in District 20, seat need 3,532. 2,088 of those have not been cited. You see there the 4 project sites in the various sub-districts. We have 3 that we did cite for a total of 1,444 at IS at 650 86th Street. That's the former Nathan's site, 322, PS 6312, 13th Avenue, which is the former Angel Guardian home, and also PS 6740 3rd Avenue, which was a former doctor's office. As you can see, this is the PS at 270 59th Street. We opened this school in September, 976 seats. And do want to recognize one of the principals is on this meeting tonight, Georgia Muzarulis. I'd just like to recognize her. She's in the primary school of this school. We have more photos at 270 59th Street. We have the addition at PS 127 addition, which we are on schedule for occupancy September of this year for a seat total of 364, 7805 7th Avenue.
I believe we also have that principal on the call.
Oh, okay. Oh, Agatha's here. Okay, great. Okay.
I think so.
Okay, pre-K and 3K initiative. The capital plan recognizes the commitment and desire to implement a universal early childhood education program for 3 and 4-year-old children. Over the past 5 years, we have opened over 8,300 pre-K seats at 63 sites. We have four or more sites in design or construction, which will provide over 600 more seats. In 2019, we opened 11 3K sites with 1,230 seats. Additionally, we have 11 more projects in various phases of design and construction to provide nearly 1,600 seats. The seat need, we have pre-K center at 412 63rd Street for opening in September 2023. Fiscal year 2020-24 capital investment projects. Capital investment projects. SCA handles major capital improvements in existing buildings, designs, and builds new schools. The DOA's Division for School Facilities, or the acronym DSF, is responsible for day-to-day maintenance and repair of school buildings. This includes custodial engineers in each school, plant managers, facility directors, and DSF central staff. Our agencies are separate, but we do work closely together to maintain New York City schools. And as I said, I did recognize Nick Del Bianco before. We have also Anthony Miano, who also covers a few schools. He's also a deputy director of facilities for District 20, handles several schools in District 20. But we work hand in hand with the DOE. They are a sister agency. Now, how does something become a capital plan in the SCA's final capital plan? There are several routes, and I'll explain them. First of all, the Building Conditions Assessment Survey. The SCA assesses every school in the city in a yearly building condition assessment survey. Reports of every school building are available on the DOE's website and each school's individual name. What you do is you go into the website, you click on the school, and then you go scroll down, you'll look under facilities, and then you go into reports and you'll see the BCAS, and you click on that, and then you'll have a whole list of all the schools citywide, and then you can go in and you can see the reports. Now, what's so important about the Building Condition Assessment Survey, we have a consultant who goes on an annual basis, visits every school citywide. And we encourage and I also encourage, and I've said this in the past to the CECs, I'll do it again this year, to please, when you speak with the principals, and I noted there's a number of principals on the call tonight, I ask those principals to please, when the building conditions assessment survey consultant comes to the building, they're the stewards of the school. We ask them to please, because they'll schedule in advance and make arrangements to be there, for that principal to please be present. I'm not minimizing the role of the custodial engineer, and please, he's very important too, but we do encourage the principals to be there as well. So, problem reported to the DOE Division for School Facilities, or DSF, emergency issues. Now, the DSF, they're responsible for all the maintenance of the buildings, okay? If there is a project, or if there's a situation where they can't handle it, it's beyond, they can't handle in terms of it's just too much work, or fiscally they can't handle it, they will come to the SCA, and they will, what we call, they'll red dot it, and then they'll forward it to us, and then we will work with the DSF regarding the issues that they have brought to us. Funding from elected officials, those are Reso A projects. Those are funding from our elected officials, and I'll recognize them later on. And then we have the citywide initiatives, which includes our air conditioning initiative that we're doing in the schools. Capital investment, fiscal year 2020, fiscal year 2024, 5-year capital plan. Capital investment in the mandated projects for 2020, 2023. As you can see, we have a total of $38.2 million. And I'm just some of the highlights. We have school safety project. We have school safety projects there. We have the big ticket items, or 2 boiler conversion projects totaling a little over $10 million. We have exterior masonry. You have 3 of them totaling almost 3.8 million. Parapets, 3 parapet projects totaling a little over 5.6 million. And we have reinforcing support elements. We have the 1 project, and that's at PS 170. And that's going to be a very detailed project, and that's totaling alone $4 million. And then you have the roofs, 3 projects totaling $3.2 million. Some of the projects that we have: Fort Hamilton, we're currently doing exterior masonry. PS 104, we have an exterior masonry project. PS 200, as you can see, the exterior masonry project. More projects. PS 227, which we were wrapping up. We were very close to finishing up on that project. PS 247, we are just starting that project. And then PS 229 is also in its infancy. Capital improvements are also a high school of telecom arts, or telecom high school. We're doing a certificate of occupancy project. Funding from our elected officials. They are very, very important. They provide the funding for the project. So we have a number of them. I like to recognize our elected officials. As you mentioned before, Assemblyman Bill Colton, thank you for his support. He's on this call tonight. And some of the other representatives are here from the State Assembly and the Senate. But also a special shout out to Justin Brannon, City Council member Justin Brannon, who's been very generous, as well as the other City Council members, Carlos Menchaga, Brad Lander, Kelman Yeager, and Mark Traeger, who has several schools in the district. He's also the Education Committee chair. So a very special thanks to them, and Eric Adams, our borough president. So, Reso A projects. You have 26 Reso A projects funded for 3.2 million. Reso A allocated projects fiscal year 2015. Currently, Reso A projects funded for 28 million. So fiscal year 20 alone, we have 26 projects for $3.2 million. So you have several, you see down there below, you have 18 auditorium projects for 5.5 million. Technology, that includes smart boards, could also be broadband, 126 projects, 10.1 million. Playground projects, you have 4 of them for a little over 1.5. And let's see, in electrical, we have 4 of them, $501,000. Reso A projects is one example of PS 176, the hydroponics lab. CEC building comment form. As you can see, there's the comment form. I know that the date is coming up on Friday, the January 15th, which is the deadline. I've had numerous discussions, myself and capital planning, and several other staff members with Steve Stowe. He's been very gracious to be working with us. And I have to say, it's a pleasure working with him as well. So that concludes my report tonight, my presentation. Thank you. Oh, if I may just, I'm sorry, one other thing. Our external affairs, Bennett Baruch, he's a borough president, a borough representative for the SCA, and of course, Chief Project Officer Colin Albert. So that concludes my my report today, my presentation. Thank you.
Thank
Steve,
you
could I ask a question?
Yep, go ahead, Adele.
Hi, Steve Gonzalez.
Hi,
I'm
Del,
just
how are you? How are you?
How are you? I'm just gonna call you by both names so all our Steves don't get confused.
That's okay. That's fine.
Okay. Could you just tell us in your own view what projects are being preferenced right now, so schools can have an understanding? I know in the past we had talked about bathrooms, how it's really a maintenance issue. Tiles falling down. Teachers, parents, principals seem to put in for that. That's like, look, the tiles are falling off. But that's really something you want to go through your custodial engineer. Do you see a change in anything? What is preferenced, and in what way are principals more likely to get their projects approved?
Well, I would say, well, first of all, I would say again, you've gotten your responses from from your list from last year. And I know there probably are a number of them that say program under review. I would, and I mentioned this to Steve yesterday, we mentioned it to Steve, that should not discourage you. If you want to put that project back on the list, please do so. I mean, it's up to you, it's your call. But if you wish to put that project back on, even though it's still under review, you're more than welcome to do so. Again, we prioritize, and it's no different this year than in the past. We prioritize safety. Safety is very important. It could be the exterior mods, the parapets. Again, auditoriums. We stress on safety. Projects that involve safety.
How about electrical upgrades, especially with the infrastructure needed for technology? Or how are those being received?
You could do that. Some of those electrical upgrades also could fall under Reso A. Maybe that's something that you want to have a conversation with the city council members' offices.
And that's a really good point, because I'm getting from my liaison school requests for technology, but we really shouldn't be putting that through you as much as through our city council and our borough president, would you think?
Sure.
So capital improvement would be the structure.
Yes, it would be. And bathrooms are also, bathrooms also could be included as well.
Okay.
Because as you know, bathrooms, again, DSF, and as I stressed before, sometimes, a number of times with bathroom issues in the school, it's beyond the capability of DSF to handle it. So they would forward it to us. If you feel that there's an issue with bathroom issues that DSF can't handle it, then more than likely, I mean, again, it's your call, you guys' call. You can put that on the list.
Could you explain what DSF is?
Division of School Facilities. As I explained it, they mentioned they do the maintenance. They're a sister agency, but they do the maintenance in the building.
Hi, Steve. I have a question. This is Alice.
Hi, Alice.
Hi, nice to hear from you again. I missed
Same
tomorrow.
here.
Nice to see you. Hello.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Great. So just to clarify that bathroom issue, because I know it's pressing on a lot of schools' minds, they should be working with DSF first. And when DSF says this is out of the scope of what we can handle, they will then go and work with you to fix the bathroom in question.
Well, they'll forward it to us, the issue with the bathroom to us, to
Right.
the FDA.
Okay.
And again, also the principals are, and I do get this call from principals where they'll come to me and listen, I got issues with my bathroom.
Mhm.
And if they forward it to me, then I can forward it to construction management, to Brooklyn in this case.
Okay, so that would be the department in the SCA that would handle what working.
Yes, DM, construction management. Mhm.
Okay, gotcha.
No problem.
then just another question. You mentioned PS 170 and that you have a huge project. community
Yes.
supports. I am the liaison for that school. They have, and I'm sure you are familiar with this, they have an awning issue for the, there's a sort of recreational area that was built on a second floor, I guess. I haven't seen it in person, but they are complaining of puddles. So
This
my
is new to me. I've not heard this, Alice.
Oh, okay. So maybe I'll just follow up separately on that.
Would you please, could you follow up? If you want, you can email me.
Absolutely.
For those who are on this call, my email address, it's
Oh,
on, it's there, it's on the sheet, but it's sgonzalez@nycsca.org.
Okay, and then not to just get into specifics, but my feeling on that project is that there was some error when the actual addition was built, because if they're getting puddles and it's just not like it's not being pitched off the roof, right? So if there's some error when an addition is put on, or if there's some mistake made, what is the protocol there? Because it
Well,
just
first of all, I don't know. I'm not going to call it an
Right,
error.
of course,
We-
I
we
know.
We don't know that. Again, that's
are
something that's something that I will check into it, because
Okay, but would the protocol change, I guess, if it ended up being, because we do have a lot of new construction going on, and
yes, we do.
Okay, so I'm not saying that it is an error. You're right. I don't know. I haven't seen any photographs. I wonder if there's a different protocol if it is like a new building and there's some issue within the building.
Well, I have Colin here. Colin, you want to address this? I don't know if Colin is there or if he's
You can
muted.
follow up too, maybe.
I'll follow it up. Well, I'll follow up with Colin.
Great, I'll put that there too.
Yeah, I'm here, Steve.
Colin, go ahead, Colin.
Oh,
so
great.
if depending on how long after the work was done, we do have warranty, we hold back retainers and so on and so forth for latent defects that may come up. So
And
we don't
different
just-
work has a different warranty period, right? So
Yeah, different things like a roof may have a 20 or 30-year warranty. Certain basic stuff have 1-year warranty and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Different aspects have different warranties.
makes perfect sense. Thank you so much for clarifying. And Steve, I just want to ask you a real quick question. You might not even have an
Sure.
answer on it. When you talk about citywide initiatives, obviously the mayor made, or the city council, I'm not sure, said air conditioners need to be in all the classrooms. So you got additional funding for that. Have
Yes.
you heard anything about citywide initiatives? And I'm talking to specifically if any of the elected officials are listening, for ventilation upgrades. A lot of these buildings are like 100 years old, and a lot of parents just are not confident that the air quality will be there.
Well, and I guess Colin can add to this, but I know for a fact that when the schools before they reopened last September, we
Mhm.
did send teams in terms of doing ventilation remediations in all the schools. And they
Yes.
did it in a rapid time.
And we commend you. I know that there have been some schools where maybe they felt like things were rushed. I'm not, again, Steve, you guys do a great job. I'm not trying.
No, I'm not.
I wonder if there, is any talk of just making sure it's at some sort of like the highest possible standard, or if the mayor maybe would, I don't know. I would encourage elected officials to encourage the mayor to have a citywide initiative addressing ventilation in schools. And I will end my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alice.
We have one going on right now. We have a citywide ventilation program going on right now throughout the city.
Oh, great to know. Is there any information on that the public can access?
Yes, we have different phases. We have we've been going to several schools throughout the borough, checking and see the status of the ventilation fan, and repair what we can repair, replace what we can replace, and so
That's
on.
like the ongoing project that started
Yeah.
over the summer. Okay,
Exactly. So we have
Thank
that program going on right now. Yes.
okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Could I ask a quick question about the citing of future projects? And I was wondering if
Yeah.
you could flip back to that page in your slideshow that showed the cited and the unsighted buildings. And I was curious.
Let me go
about-
back. Give me a second.
Thank you.
No problem. I'm going back. Let's see. Here we are.
So I was curious about this unsighted projects, how those get created and prioritized.
Okay.
Particularly because there's so much overcrowding in District 20. and
Absolutely.
So few District 75 seats.
Sure, I can answer that. First of all, Simony, as you know, District 20 is now the most overpopulated district in the city. It used to be tied with District 24 in Queens, but we're number 1. Having said that, we have a real estate division that actively checks for sites. We do it all the time. It's ongoing. And it's, as you know, Simeon, it's always tough to find sites. Very difficult. It's not in Bay Ridge and Tiger Heights and Borough Park. It's very, very difficult. So whenever we can find a site and we feel that it's appropriate for a future capacity project, we follow up. So
what are these 4 projects that are not cited but have specific seat numbers?
They're again, they're not cited. The sub-districts that we're looking in those areas, as the first one, Borough Park, Kensington, and Bensonhurst. But again, we don't have the sites yet as it's stipulated there. We're looking in those areas.
So
And also,
what
if
I'm
I
trying
may
to
add, let me
understand
just-
is that where did this table come from? If you've got very specific numbers about seats, but you don't have any site identified, so what does that mean?
So let me just jump in here. The numbers are what we would like to see. We would like to see a large elementary school or a large PSIS, because that's where we see that. I'm just making this up. I'm not 100% sure, but those are the kinds of numbers that we
So
would
those are
have.
aspirational numbers. Those aren't based on
They're not
any.
necessarily aspirational numbers, but let's say that we found miraculously a massive site and we could build 800 seats there or 1,000 seats there. The rest of these numbers would adjust accordingly. So some of it is based on how big of a site we can find. Some of it is based on our preferred program for different sizes. Like 824 is a very common number for a PSIS. So it could be, and I don't have the data in front of me, that in Borough Park, Kensington, Bensonhurst, we have a need for both middle school and elementary school. So we'd like to build an 824 because that would allow us to meet all of that need. So what we really should pay a lot of attention to are the sub-districts, right? So there's 3 different sub-districts here where we have need. And if in Borough Park, we found one site where we could build a 1,400 seat school, I'm not sure that we would, and we would never find a site of that size. But so it's not that we are wedded to these numbers. It's really more about the availability of real estate and what the real estate can hold. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I just want to make sure that this isn't 4 projects that are in the pipeline of development. These are what we would like. The reason I'm asking is because we keep coming up with District 75 saying we need some programs, and then we'd say, well, we found this site, we've got a building going in, but it's not big enough for a District 75 program.
Right, so that's one of the problems that we face in parts of the city where the real estate market is really tight. And that happens to be true in District 20, where we get a site that's smaller than fits our preferred program. It becomes very difficult to fit in D75, because what happens is you then don't get an efficient school program for the non-D75 school, for the district school. And it becomes very inefficient to operate a super small school, both from the DOE's perspective, right? The number of staff that it takes to run a small school is a lot relative to your student population, and also on the cost perspective as well. So I think that's always a challenge. We do have more funding in our plan for D75 seats, more than we've ever had before, which is great. And we do work very closely with DOE on where those D75 seats should go and should be sited. And when we get sites of large enough size, we love to site D75 in them. And as I said, in South Brooklyn, finding large sites is very challenging.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Sure.
Can I have a question?
Sure.
Steve, thank you very much for everything. I want to
Very
specifically ask about the pre-K center that you're building on 63rd Street.
Okay.
Is that similar to the 93rd Street facility? Are you familiar with that?
I am. I'm not totally sure. I would have to ask. Let me inquire about that, Vito, because I'm not sure about that.
Here's a question that I have. Could you break down the 63rd Street site? Do you have specifics on what the lot size is, how much the lot?
No, I don't. I would have to research that. I don't have that, Vito.
The reason that I'm asking is that
Sure.
we're doing a lot of building, right? We need a lot of pre-K centers.
Okay.
Do we have one architectural plans that we can use to cookie cutter all of these schools the way they were? All of these buildings that were built 100 years ago, they all look the same because they were all built kind of like an assembly line, and we save money that way. And in other municipalities, in other states, schools, community councils or community boards pick between certain like prefab schools, and that way they could save money. So do we have anything like that when we're looking at either pre-K centers or elementary schools or so forth?
Well, I can tell you that, we work closely with the DOE when in terms of D75s. There's pre-Ks. There's no standard clear-cut process. So let me find out. Let me research to see what in terms
So
of
the architect, we have a different architect. We have different plans for every single project.
Yes.
Could be,
and the
yes,
reason-
could be.
Yes, and the reason for that is that every site is a little bit different. So we have a lot of program commonalities, and we do try to take lessons across projects. And our in-house staff that manages the architects definitely applies those shared lessons, but every site is a little bit different. You might have buildings on lot line to lot line on one site where you can't have windows on that site. And another site, you might have to do some environmental remediation, or on another site might be a little bit closer to the shoreline, and you might have to have a different kind of foundation or whatever. So every site is a little bit different. Your structure might have to be a little bit different based on your boring results, whatever it is. So every site is unique. So you can't have a cookie cutter that you can just plop down in any part of the city. But we do try to streamline our design as much as possible, especially on the pre-K centers, where there's a lot of commonalities to the different types of buildings. It also depends on the lot size, all of that. So every site is a little bit different, but where we can, we look for ways to streamline the process. And one of the amazing things about the SCA is that we have a lot of people who have a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge and will say, oh, this is like that school we did 10 years ago, or, oh, this is the same as that school we did 5 years ago, or whatever. So we have a lot of folks who have a lot of institutional knowledge and can help us make our process as efficient as possible.
What's the minimum lot size or for a pre-K center?
I don't know the answer to that question. The minimum lot size for a school program is 20,000 square feet, but I don't know for a pre-K center.
Much less than that though, right?
To be totally honest with you, I'm not 100% sure I wouldn't want to comment on a pre-K center.
Sure. We've definitely heard the 20,000 number before in terms of elementary, middle school.
I'm sure. As much.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you.
Steve, real quick question. We got a question on the chat, and I know this is not our official purview, but someone on the chat did want to know high school's the most overcrowded, I think. Just quickly, any comments on new construction going on for high school in the district?
At this time, to my knowledge, we don't have anything cited for high schools. I mean, that's something that I will raise, with a capital planning on that. Good question. But at this point, I would have to further, I'll bring that question along to our capital planning.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
As far as the specific site, Steve, that it's on Shore Road. I guess it must be expensive property on Shore Road. The Zavarian brothers or the Redemptionist brothers.
Parkway.
You mean the school?
It used to be the rectory for
It's at Bay Ridge Parkway and Shore. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, I think I do know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a giant space.
All right, Bay Ridge Parkway and where? In Shore?
Shore Road, yeah. So it's between Bay Ridge Parkway and 76th Street on Shore Road. But
which I can imagine there's a price tag on that, but
I'm sure. I'll definitely.
It's enormous.
I'll refer it to our staff, to our real estate division, for them to look at.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Quick follow-up. Oh, go ahead.
Anyone can email you with suggestions for real estate at any time. Do I understand that right, Steve?
Yes, there's a website. It's called sites@nycsca.org. You can please feel free. If you have something that you feel that you want us to take a look at, you can send it to that.
Say it one more time. Sites,
sites at nycsca.org.
Great.
Okay, I just want to ask a quick follow-up about priorities. You had said safety is one of your big priorities. I was
Yes.
wondering if upgrading a public address system is considered a safety issue.
Well, upgrading a public address system is primarily a ResOA project. We have countless public address. They call it clock public address, sound system projects that a lot of our city council members fund. So that's something that, yeah, go ahead.
But a school that, you know, in a case of an emergency and needs to speak to the entire building
Yes.
for a lockdown or something like that, that should go through a ResOA, that type
You
of.
could, if you wish to, again, that's up to you. If you want to list that on your priority list, you can do that. But that is, I know for a fact that council members do fund those.
Great,
and
thanks.
Borough President's office too as well.
Okay. I think we should move on to the public speaking portion of the, for the SCA. And just a reminder, we now have 15 minutes of scheduled speaking for members of the public who would like to speak. Please focus your comments on capital related issues for Steve Gonzalez and his team. The procedure will be similar to what I outlined at the beginning of the meeting. We will please press the hand icon on the bottom of your screen to be recognized, or type your name into the chat. Natalia will call out the names of the speakers in order as they are recognized. So I guess, Natalia, can you?
So first you have Rona Merrill.
Hi, I have just a couple of questions. First of all, the lot at PSIS 30 has been an issue for many, many years. There's an empty lot that was supposed to be cited to remove the Early Childhood Academy that's on Ovington, that's in a converted apartment building belonging to Lutheran Church that runs LES. I'm wondering what's up with that site.
Yes,
and just
go ahead.
Sorry, just so I can finish and you can go ahead.
Sure.
Sorry. The bathrooms at the new building at PSIS 30 on that ongoing project for ventilation. That is a new building that was built not very long ago, as far as I'm aware. The newer buildings aren't as good on ventilation in some places as the old ones with the radiators where the windows can be open. That building, supposedly all of the bathrooms in the entire building are failed the inspection. And I'm wondering, how is this handled just not only now, but then going forward with new buildings being built? How are you looking at ventilation considerations for the years ahead?
Okay, so the first question regarding that small lot, and I know where you're talking about, it's on Ovington. And we are in communication with the owners, but that's all I have at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
All right, as of the terms of the bathrooms, that's something that I will raise and I'll bring again to our CM team regarding the ventilation for that school. I know that all schools going forward, I mean, they will be fully ventilated.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next we have Francine Almash.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm having some internet problems.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, so I'll try to talk fast. I was just wondering if I'm remembering the slides correctly, it said 50% of the buildings were going to be accessible. Did I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just wondering what the logic behind 50% is. Groups like Parents for Inclusive Education has been working on this issue for years, and the fact that the lack of accessible buildings has already caused a disproportionate number of students with physical disabilities to have to go to District 75 purely because their community schools and even these specialized programs that the CEC's some members are in love with promoting, they don't have access to any of that purely because the buildings are not accessible. So I'm just wondering what the logic at this point is when you have an opportunity to create 100% accessible buildings, why we wouldn't do that, right? These children are already being denied access because of old buildings that cannot be retrofitted. And you have a chance to sort of take a universal design approach. And I'm wondering why we're not doing that.
Andrea, can you?
Well, I think in the same way that there's no cookie cutter pre-K center, there's no universal design that can work. Accessibility in schools that are old buildings is a building by building work. It's not something that can be designed and shoehorned into all buildings. So I would say that our goal is to increase the level of accessibility at every school, and we have a commitment to increasing our accessibility. It is a priority for our agency, and it is a priority for DOE. So it's something that we're working on, and we're doing our best to expand accessibility, but it's also important to remember that our building stock is very old. The average age of our buildings is more than 75 years. And so it's a challenge that we face.
But are these new constructions? Is there a commitment to say that any new construction will be accessible?
All of our new construction has been fully accessible since the implementation of the ADA. So all of our new construction is fully accessible.
So that 50% number applies to both
all buildings.
All buildings. Okay, I think that
The entire building, the entire portfolio of more than 1,500 buildings.
Actually, it says 50% of the buildings, I'm just looking at the slide now, will be partially or fully accessible. It just seems to me that we should be, it should be a priority. You're talking about
priority.
denying
It absolutely is a priority. Absolutely is a priority. All of our new construction is fully accessible, and it will take us some time, unfortunately, to get around to all 1,500 of our buildings in our stock, many of which are 75 years old, some of which are 100 years old, some of which are older, and to make the necessary changes to those buildings so that they are accessible. I agree with you. I share your commitment. It's something that we're working on. The 50% of elementary school buildings is all buildings, not our new buildings.
Natalia, are there any more questions?
Not that I know of. Does anyone else have a question? Please raise your hand.
If interpreters had questions, would
I
they?
see a lady, Paulette Healy.
Paulette
raise her
Healy.
hand.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I did sign up for SCA, so maybe that was, I should have written out School Construction Authority instead.
That's
But
fine.
it's going to be no surprise that I'm going to talk about D75 because I've been talking about it for over 10 years. Piggybacking on what Andrea just said, it defies logic that any new building that's being built, whether it's partially accessible, fully accessible, or a third of the building is fully accessible, that D75 is not part of the conversation when it comes to enrollment. Our children, we have 7 different sites within our District 20 that house D75 classrooms. All those classrooms go from K through 5. These kids are eventually going to graduate out of 5th grade and are going to need placement within the district that they reside in. Every other child in this district has that right, except for our children that need the alternative assessment. And that is incredibly unfair. We've seen with COVID, the traumatic experience our D75 children have had because they need to be bused outside of this district in order to continue their 5th grade education. And then once they finish middle school, they're going to need high school accommodations as well. I've spoken at City Hall about this. I've worked with Councilman Brennan. I've worked with Senator Gounardes about these issues. And the fact that D75 is yet still an afterthought Or we'll get to them eventually. Let's build pre-K centers first. We'll get to them eventually, you know, because this building just isn't fitted when it hasn't even been built yet. Just defies logic on all different accounts. And it is infuriating to sit here in yet another SEA presentation. I feel like this was last year. I feel like this was 5 years ago. I feel like this was 10 years ago. It is the same conversation. And I don't know how much harder we parents with children with disabilities need to fight in order to get space in this district.
Okay, so let me just say that, believe me, the SCA shares the urgency of you and also CC's advocacy for the D75. Believe me. For example, I'm just going to cite in the Angel Guardian Home, we've included a District 75 program. So there is one there. And we're always continuing working to securing larger sites where we can incorporate a D75 program. It's not easy. You have to understand. So we're also looking forward, Paulette, to have more conversations with the CEC members. I know that you've established a committee tonight. I think Alan's on it and Steve is on it as well, where we're looking to collaborate and work with the CEC and the DOE for more creative ways to build more seats. But again, it's not easy.
I know it's not easy, but the fact that these children have been ignored for over 2 decades now, and these children continue graduating out of their 5th grade, classroom, because that's all they can accommodate in District 20, and need to continue their education in other districts, whether it's 15, 22, 23, 17, 14, they're able to house middle school and high school sites within their districts, kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade within their district. Why can't we do it in District 20? It's been 20 years. When is it going to be their time? I understand your challenges. I'm part of the Citywide Council for Special Education. I work with the Special Education Office very, very closely. I work with the DOE very closely. I work with my D75 superintendents. We need to make this priority number 1 because they've waited long enough.
Thank you.
Andrea, may I ask a question? Is she there?
Sure.
Why don't we use eminent domain more aggressively and find underused properties that we could just use the power of the state to address the Paulette's concerns as well as other people's concerns?
It's always our preferred acquisition approach to have a mutual agreement with a landlord or a property owner to acquire or lease a property. Eminent domain can take a very long time and can be tied up in courts for a very long time. It's not a quick process. It's not any quicker than, and it could be longer than a mutual acquisition or sale.
Well, I mean, look, it's black letter law. I mean, we got eminent domain for the Barclay Center. So it's black letter law that a landlord can fight it, but eventually the only thing that they're really going to be able to dispute is the price they pay. So it's the question of, is it a political decision? Is it because there's no political will on the part of our local politicians or the mayor because they don't want to ruffle feathers, or is it something other than that?
I think that the truth is that we've used eminent domain where we see no other path and where we have a real opportunity. Otherwise, it is vastly preferable to us to have a mutually agreeable transaction.
Can I ask a question while you're on, Andrea?
Alice,
Alice,
this is Steve. 1 second. Wait, this is for public speaking.
I know, you're right.
But just, I just want to make sure we get to the members of the public who want to ask questions.
That's right. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. I apologize.
No problem. Natalia, do we have any members of the public who'd like to ask questions?
Okay, Rona Merrill said that she had another question.
Yeah, we have time actually, so she can go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I've had this idea for a while because I've been thinking about space for a few years now. One thing is over highways. I know this is really not ideal, but in Bay Ridge, like next to McKinley, if we could build over the highway, if that is a possibility, because then you're not really, it's city space. So that's just one idea, but then another site, and I was looking at the map that could be done over is the entrance to the Belt Parkway from 4th Avenue on Shore Road. There's also a park there, and Leif Erikson Park is nearby, so that could be used. If those could possibly be considered, they could possibly solve all of our space issues in this side of the district anyway. I've seen many buildings that just go over the highway. You know, you have entrances and exits from both sides, and then if you do it near a park, that would work. I don't know if that's a possibility.
So we're not allowed to build inside of a park?
No, this would be on top of the highway, on the road, on top of a road, not in the park.
Where up by McKinley?
Next to McKinley, we have 278. You could
Okay.
build right over 278 and use McKinley. You know, you would use it in the same way that like BSI uses the fields of the park next door. They wouldn't belong to the school, but the school could use them. Another place would be over Shore Road at the entrance to the Belt Parkway. That is also a road that is not completely underground, but could be built over the road so that the building is over the road on city property. But then you have access to Leif Erikson Park, which is a huge park.
I think I would have a lot of safety concerns about elevating a school over a road. I feel like the evacuation of Little Feet in a situation where there might be an emergency might cause a lot of concern.
I
It's
was
underground, so it's a trench that would just be flat with the rest of the city.
Yes.
So it'd be just like a school
They-
connected to the other streets.
Yes, like in I think Flatbush has had a park built like that. I know in Boston, a couple places where there's, you know, just huge supermarkets that are over the pike, for example, when you go into Boston, that have been there for like 30 years. I don't see why in New York City we can't have a big building that would go on one side 7th Avenue, on the other side 8th Avenue and McKinley Park, or both sides of Shore Road for that matter. That I you know, if it's engineering is not the problem here. I think it just could be looked at. Kids shouldn't have access to like areas where they could fall any more than like, let's say for now, I can tell you that at PSIS 30, for example, we have kids in a building that has very limited exits, that doesn't have you know, safety rails on any of the windows, because the windows are actually their fire exits. Is that any safer? Not really. You know,
Are you talking about the annex?
yeah, the annex.
You're
There's
talking about
300
that's a new
and
building.
yeah.
I
No,
know.
the annex. Yeah, that's a safety issue, that building. It has been for many years, and many different groups of parents have gotten their kids out of there and closed the schools, and we keep reopening a school in that building for some unknown reason. And I'm not really sure why the city keeps renewing this lease.
Again, I take back to what I've said before. As I said, we're always looking for sites to try to find room for more seats. And unfortunately, the lack of space, unfortunately, you know, it makes it very difficult.
No, I understand. I understand that. I've proposed many sites over the years myself and followed them through the process, so I know. But I'm
Right.
wondering if like over 278, if that would be, I think that's really an awful site to build a school personally, but if it means not having a D75 middle school or high school in our neighborhood, I would rather there be one and it be over the highway than it not exist.
But I do share Andrea's, you know, very much hesitation. I mean, it would be a safety and an engineering issue, but
Okay, I think we should move on. I think there are a couple more questions in the queue, and then we might have to end the public speaking question session. Maybe 2 more questions, Natalia?
Okay, I see we have M. Magnus.
Hi, so in regards to the accessibility for older buildings, I just kind of find that argument a little weak, just for the fact that the city has made money off of fining landlords and commercial buildings for not making their businesses accessible. And so I don't see why the city can't do that for its own students and their own buildings. And two, in regards to, I'm not sure who handles this, but I keep hearing about all these new buildings for the lower schools. These kids have to go somewhere in high school, and I haven't seen a single high school being built locally in Bay Ridge or Diker to accommodate our District 20 kids in high school, and it's overcrowded, and it's diminishing their education. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who has a question? Okay.
I got a question from a parent through chat. They wanted to know if a school has been approved for a project, but it hasn't been implemented over a year. What is happening with that project? Is it still in the pipeline?
Which school is this?
I don't know, but I've heard this actually from multiple schools that they thought they were approved, but they can't seem to get a clear answer about what the next steps are, and it's not been done.
Is this for a Reso A project?
I think it was an SCA project, so.
Or capital.
SAA project or a new school? Was it a new school or?
No,
SAA?
not a new school. It's a
Capital
improvement project in a
Capital
building.
project, if you want, if you could find out from the parent what project it is, I can research it.
Okay.
Right, but in general, once a project is approved, we often still have to design the project, which takes some time. We have to bid the project and
Yes.
get responses from contractors, award the project, get permits. So just because a project is approved and someone hasn't heard about it in a while does not mean that it's been canceled. Please keep in mind that we also are just coming off of a very lengthy pause where all of our projects were paused for COVID related reasons. And there were a lot of projects that were on pause for a very long time, and many of which are only just now restarting.
So how should principals and parents go about finding out the status of their projects?
They should check in with Steve.
Okay.
Yes, please, let me know.
Great,
And
thank you.
I can definitely check.
Or there's CEC liaison as well. Absolutely. Okay, thanks.
I have just one real
think
quick. Andrea, you were kind of talking about this, but maybe Steve, you know too. When we talked about the annex for IS 30 and acquiring that space, and you said you were in negotiations, and I'm not going to ask.
No, I didn't say we're in negotiations.
You were in conversation with the owner.
They've been in communication. I don't know what the extent of it.
Okay.
No,
And
please.
that's my question. I'm not asking for details. My question is there a timeline involved there when you do communicate with owners? Is there, like, you don't let it go past a year if they're not communicating in good faith, quote unquote? Like, when do you move on?
Well,
I think we would move on when it's clear that there's no possibility of a transaction. Typically, unless an owner has another offer or has something else that's going on, right, they're willing to keep talking to us. If they make it clear to us that they're not interested, then we would move on. But typically, unless they've got something in the hopper, they're interested in talking to us.
Can you maybe just then, I guess, give us an idea of, best case scenario, motivated seller, all the pieces in place, beginning to end? Is there some sort of timeline that is standard, or just ballpark? I'm not holding anyone to anything. Just trying to get an idea of how long it takes once you start communicating to when you best case could acquire a property.
I think it depends on a number of factors, right? Like, we've got to do our own testing, and we've got to do our feasibility. We've got to see what would go there. We've got it really could depend.
Okay.
I'm sorry not to be. I'm sorry. I can't be more.
I'm trying to peg you down. It's okay.
I'm sorry. It's very hard to say with any kind of surety what the timeline for real estate transactions could be.
But it's in your estimation most of the time a lot quicker than trying to enforce eminent domain.
Yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And,
yes.
So back to the eminent domain. I
Hey,
get what you're
Alice,
saying with the net stadium, but they were like re-envisioning downtown Brooklyn for that. I don't know that they would be able to make the same legal case in a, one community school argument.
I also don't think that that was a particularly quick.
Oh, no, and it took years and years.
Yeah.
Everyone needed to be involved, community boards, et cetera. So definitely quicker than that to communicate with an owner. That's less than 5 years.
But as Andrea said, there's really no set timetable. It varies.
Right. But yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, so we should move on now. Steve, thanks very much for the.
Thank you very much. And we'll be in communication, Steve.
Yep,
So
will
please
do.
always feel free to, communicate with me at any time.
You guys are super responsive. I really appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Have a great evening. Take
Thank
care.
You.
Thank you for having
Take care,
us.
Dr. O'Brien. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is it's not on the written agenda because we added it at the business meeting, but we're going to attempt to rank our capital projects for submission to the SCA on Friday. And I think maybe the one way to do this would be if everyone could take a look at their capital project list. And I'm speaking to council members here. Is there anyone who isn't able to view the capital project list? Or can everyone see it? Natalia sent the link around before the business meeting. And this is the process just for the members of the public where, and we're required to do this at a public meeting every year, is actually when we submit capital projects to the SCA, we're required to rank them top 5, and then top 5 is sort of what the SCA looks at for your first, for the first cut, and then everything else gets ranked and sort of on a standby basis. But so our job right now is to sort of prioritize and think about where SCA priorities are. And SCA will also, if we submit something that's not outside, that's sort of not where we should be, they'll come back to us and let us know. So it's it's not sort of life or death if we sort of rank something and the SCA says no way we're going to do this. They'll dialogue with us as we were hearing. So if everyone can see the screen, what I've done here is I've grouped everything by sort of by area, and on the right hand side, Natalia, can you actually just move or hide column E? I don't know if you can, or get everything in column E on the, I want to be able to see column F. Yeah, perfect. Nicely done. So what I've done is, and this is just to get us started, guys, we've got the top, I ranked restroom projects, and then I've ranked structural projects, and then there were a couple communication projects. And then if you can scroll down a little, Natalia, there's auditorium projects. There's a bunch of gyms. I put gym, library, guidance together. There were a few of those. And then after that is, can you scroll down a little more? And then after that is technology. And to someone's point earlier in the meeting, technology is a favorite of ResOA. And so I put technology at the end, doesn't have to stay there. But I sort of was thinking it's better for ResOA than SCA. So I guess we should just sort of think about the categories, and then whether we want to sort of agree with the priorities I've established, and then within those priorities, if we want to move anything up or down. So for example, if we took this list as it is, we have restrooms 1 through 5 on the list. Restrooms are sort of a key part of the SCA sort of CEC project pipeline, but I think there's probably we probably want to spread around some of those projects. So, and we can sort of fine tune this later on, but maybe we just sort of set a goal and say, all right, out of the top 5 projects, do we want to maybe make 2 of them restroom projects? Does that kind of make sense given how sort of what a key component that is for the SCA. As they mentioned, it's a very important project request. So does that make sense if maybe out of our top 5, maybe we pick two restroom projects?
That's
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Sorry, Inga. You know, a couple of these are repeats from last year that were listed as under review. A couple of the bathroom projects I recall. I wonder if the council feels any certain way, if this is a repeat request and it's still under review, whether it makes sense to prioritize those as well.
This is what they told me. They've told me about under review projects. You should definitely reapply. Don't assume because it's under review that it's never going to happen. And in fact, what the under review designation means most of the time is that they just haven't gotten enough time to do it. The under review list also was much larger this year because of COVID. So there were more under review projects on the last list than usual. So we should definitely resubmit those projects as we see fit.
I'm
For
actually
bathroom.
looking at that list from last year. So if anyone has any specific questions, it's right in front of me.
Well, my question for bathrooms is, are they under review because they're trying to decide if they think that the Department of Maintenance should deal with it or facilities? should deal with it?
Great question.
That is correct, Simeon. And a lot of times they'll decide, but in that case, if the school hasn't heard anything, then that should be something that the school, hopefully, we can help them sort of get an answer to that.
The question about bathrooms that's always come up is, and this came from school-wide when we were talking with the chancellor, most schools are 100 years old. So most schools are going to need, and most schools have these very dilapidated bathrooms. So, and yeah, I understand that. My concern, if we're talking about safety, well, two things. Simeon, the elevator for 259, I think is, I would prioritize that if we're talking about, making sure that buildings are accessible. I would definitely prioritize that. And the other thing, which maybe doesn't translate very well, but the auditorium chairs, having been involved in an almost lawsuit at one of our schools, because the 100-year-old chair broke under a parent and they threatened to sue the school. So if you take a child that goes into that chair and that chair breaks, those chairs tend to be a safety issue if they're that old. So I don't know what you would want to prioritize first. The bathrooms are always going to be a source of debate. We're always going to have it. And I think anyone who didn't put down a bathroom could have put down a bathroom if their building is 100 years old.
Right. Natalia, can you scroll? I want to see all the auditorium projects, see if there's any one that looks like it's.
Well, also building on what Adele just said, that if we want to prioritize sort of what we think of as safety, then one school made the argument that not having an effective PA system that's reliable, that's 100 years old, is a problem in case of a lockdown situation, things like that. So there is a safety consideration.
Do we want to be specific, guys? Like,
I don't think we need to be.
104, do you want to bump that up, Simeon? I'm okay with that. I mean, I don't know. We're trying to actually rank them, so.
Yeah, I think the goal tonight should be get our top 5 down, and then in sort of in that.
So then we're looking right now at the whole list, and we're seeing if we feel like any specific need to be bumped into top 5. So
I think
that's our goal. Okay.
And I just got a note that said apparently the elevator is for PS 180, not for 259. So I'm not sure.
There's a 259 one too, I see though, and I think it's being applied for under D75 capital funding as well. Is that or is that just in the wrong?
Yeah, I don't know if it's.
Oh, that's in the wrong section. Okay, I think you're right.
They share a building and they're applying together. I'm not sure how that works, but.
Okay. Does anyone have any clarity on that one?
Yeah, I do. This is Nick Del Bianco.
Hello, Nick Del Bianco.
I'm the Deputy Director of Facilities from the Division of School Facilities.
Okay.
That is clearly for PS 180 that shares the building, the elevator.
So we are having it in the wrong slot. Okay.
Yeah, 259 has 2 working elevators at McKinley.
Thank you for that.
And they don't have any D75.
Right, so
Seven
180 is the one applying for the elevator, and they are also applying under District 75 capital funding,
Correct, with P231.
P231. Thank you so much for that clarification. Can everyone make that change on their own?
Also, I'd just like to touch on the PA system. I believe it was 104.
Uh-huh.
104, the PA system is working. It's very old.
Okay.
But they do need a whole low voltage upgrade, which would encompass new fire alarm, PA system, as well as clocks.
So they need to apply for that.
Yeah, that's how it should go in
what's that
under the
called
capital
again?
plan.
What would that be called again?
A low voltage upgrade.
Low voltage upgrade. Yeah, this complaint says that there seems to be only one human on the face of the earth that can repair the PA system.
Yeah, my guy's there quite often. Whenever there's an issue, we send somebody right away. But theirs is very old, as is their fire alarm and their clock system. So,
Okay, so we recommend applying instead for a low voltage upgrade, and they'll have
which
a
would
better shot.
include all three of the systems that they do need.
Fire, PA, and electrical.
Correct. Fire, PA, and clock.
Clock, that's what you keep saying. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm okay with bumping that low voltage upgrade up to the top 5. I would make that recommendation. And I might take out the PS 164. Robert, maybe you can speak to it. I don't know if you've spoken to your liaison schools. How dire is that need for the boys' bathroom? And or the new staff bathrooms at Irving Gladstone? I mean, we have significantly less staff in the building right now. Maybe that's.
So who?
Yeah,
Who was it that just spoke? You seem to have inside knowledge to these projects.
Nick Del Bianco.
Nick Del Bianco.
Hi, Nick.
I'm the Deputy Director of Facilities for this.
So you're familiar with a lot of this, then. You're familiar with a lot of what these people, what these schools are asking for. Is that correct?
I'm familiar with most of what they're asking for, and I'm also familiar with a lot of what SEA would pick up on.
So
And
could you just give me your opinion, or us your opinion? What stands, like, having been in the buildings and seen these projects, what
So
stands
as-
out as the most dire need?
we've all seen these presentations year after year after year. And you see that they do a lot of exterior work, masonry, windows, parapets, roofs. The bathrooms are tough in the old schools because they have to be made ADA accessible.
Right.
No matter if the building is accessible or not. So that takes it out of the Division of School Facilities' ability to refurbish a bathroom. It becomes capital in nature. So there are some projects that were scoped out in the district by the SEA, but the bathrooms seem to fall lower on their, agenda to pick them up quickly. I spoke with Rena at 185 yesterday on the telephone, and she really needs a new roof at the building, and that's something that they would actually do. Some of the stuff, as you were scrolling through, the lighted signs, SEA will not install them, and I saw PS 264, I believe, had it. The problem with that is it all has to go to the Arts Commission and for approval. So there's a whole process to get signs installed on a school. But those lighted LED signs, I used to live in Bay Ridge, in residential area. I would not want one of those flickering outside of my house at night. So there's limits that they'll put on our signs, even when they do approve them. Size, when they can be turned on, off, etc. So SEA probably would never pick up on that because the process to get it through the Arts Commission is lengthy and more than likely, in their opinion, wasteful of the labor resources that they have to get the sign approved. I've emailed all of the principals multiple times the steps and the processes to get the signs approved. And some of them take 8-9 months to get just the approvals to get it done. But you do have, you know, a lot of stuff on here that they would pick up on.
Such as, somebody want to scroll up, maybe Nick can see. And if we're talking, I know we've been talking for years about making bathrooms accessible, and it seems like a very important thing, but it seems like it's hard to get that done.
Exactly. So the city council was very generous several years ago, gave millions of dollars citywide, but you know, we were limited to each district getting 2 or 4 bathrooms. So, you know, trying to pick the 2 worst bathrooms out of District 20 or any other district is difficult. So there's still some bathroom upgrades going on through the reservoir funds. I know that my counterpart definitely put in for new bathrooms at PS 164. I know I've put in for them at 48, at 185, and we're still waiting to hear back. 220 I put in for, you know, several of the older schools were looking for bathroom upgrades.
And how about auditorium, the seats on the auditoriums? How is that?
Auditoriums, the SCA likes to put, the auditoriums, the SCA likes to send them to ResOA. And there's been many auditorium upgrades through ResOA in the districts. Any major work to a public assembly space, whether it be a auditorium, a cafeteria, or a gymnasium, typically now has to all meet the ADA standards. So even if the school is not ADA, like I saw PS 160 is looking for an auditorium upgrade, the building is now accessible because of the new wing, but the old wing is not barrier free. The auditorium can be accessed, so it makes sense that Marge Russo would like to have a handicapped accessible stage in her auditorium. If they did a big renovation, they would do that. I know Ursula Anio has been waiting for her auditorium upgrade for years now, and it's in scope, it's in design. I'm not sure exactly where the SCA is on that one.
Which school is that, Nick, that you just referred to? PS?
748 at 160, at the old 163 building.
Oh, okay, that's not on our, this is,
Yeah, so she's getting hers, but it took about 4 years back and forth for her auditorium upgrade to finally come to fruition.
okay.
So they don't seem to pick up the auditorium and the playground upgrades as much as they take up structural projects like that.
What about the classroom door request? Is that under furniture, quote unquote? I know that 160 also had a request about the doors because they're too heavy for the little ones. I guess that connect the 2 buildings. Or doors don't cost enough, right? They're not.
Well, what ends up happening, doors are actually very expensive, but they actually fall more into a maintenance thing. So I believe I saw, was it 186?
Yeah, they want 80 doors.
Yeah, so
That's a big.
186 isn't one of my buildings, but I do know the building.
Okay. They have a number of requests.
Yeah, that was a lot of doors, right? That was 80 doors or something.
Yeah, 80 doors, and they're asking for a bunch of other littler stuff.
Right. So SCA typically doesn't do door projects like that. We've done some door projects. I've actually done probably more doors with market maker funds where the schools actually fund the doors. So my high schools, FDR High School, over the past 2 years, the school has funded the replacement of, I want to say 192 classroom and office doors. New Utrecht High School has done probably 150 in the past 3 or 4 years.
And they went through market maker fund?
Market maker, where the principals, if they happen to have additional funds, they can transfer it, and then we can have a contractor do the work for them.
Ah, okay, that's something. So the SCA generally doesn't doesn't take on doors.
No. If there's one broken door, my carpenters replace them.
Okay.
Cost of a door with the lock and the hardware for the fire rating and everything, they could be $2,000.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Good to know. I had never seen a door request before, so thank
yeah,
you.
they're not cheap, but I think, 80 of them, even at the dollar cost, the SCA wouldn't pick up on them. But I don't believe that, 80 doors are in horrendous shape. I believe, they just want the newer, nicer door.
Okay, so not a priority. I understand.
And again, I don't know the specifics of the school. That's the way it would come off to me.
Sure. Got it. Thank you so much.
So could I make a motion? I really think we need that extra meeting that Alice and I had responded to.
Okay, the problem with that, Adele, is that it is a public meeting and it requires 72 hours and the members, we didn't have 6 members reply in time to be able to issue that. So I agree. I wonder if we can just really laser focus on our top 5.
So the thing about the bathroom renovations, if there are outstanding work orders, I don't want to duplicate work or at least minimize the impact of our prioritization.
There are 33 requests here, right? So
Guys, I think if I could add something on that, and Nick, can you confirm this? But if we prioritize something and there's an outstanding work order on it, that comes back, that gets adjusted for, correct? The SCA will come back and they'll say, hey, there's already a work order on this. What's the next one on the list? That's my understanding.
yeah, so number 6 would become part of the top 5.
I believe, yes, I believe if there's one that's already in the pipeline, they would then move down to 6 would become 5 and so on and so forth.
Nick, can you just real quick on the bathrooms then? Are there any that look like they would be handled by school facilities? And are there any to that exact point that you know of that have outstanding work orders on them? And then maybe we can target the other ones for inclusion on our top 5, and then we'll move on to the other.
Again, I don't have every building. I know 192 is an old building. I believe they have a few old bathrooms in there. These are the only bathrooms that are in the list right now. So
that's it. Yep.
192, 186, 164 are all not mine. They're Anthony Miano's, my counterpart in the district. I did cover 186 for a short while. I don't remember that. I think they had a few new bathrooms. Oh, they're looking for staff bathrooms, not student bathrooms. 48 bathrooms are very old, and 105, I think, only has 2 student bathrooms that haven't been renovated in the basement. The rest of them have been done on the upper floors. I'm sorry, no, the 3rd floor girls' bathroom hasn't.
Okay.
But the rest of their bathrooms have been done in the past 10 years or so. But I can't speak, PS 48 I know has no new bathrooms out of the whole group of them.
Okay, then that makes sense to potentially keep in our top 5. And then it sounded like the other candidates might be 164. You said that was old, and 192 is old as well, right?
Yeah, so I know that PS 186 had a few of them done in the past, I believe with ResOA money, when Councilman Gentile was very generous with that school.
Okay.
164, again, I haven't been in there in a couple of years, and I remember the bathrooms in the basement being very old.
My kids go to that school. I'm not the liaison, but they won't use the bathrooms. That's how
The
bad they are.
bathrooms at PS 164, I know down in the basement are
they won't use
old,
the
and I know that
bathrooms,
my counterpart has requested in the past. I just don't know where those requests stand.
Okay.
And then I guess any more color on 192, because it sounds like there's a strong case for 48 and 164.
Yeah, again, I'm not familiar with it. I've only been in PS 192 once in my years in Brooklyn, so I can't speak to it.
Okay. Inga, do you have any more color on that project, or?
I don't have any more color on it, but frankly, from my perspective, based on the description, there's like 3 schools here, including a D75 co-location, and this request is for accessibility as well as for exhaust. I think that this definitely should be on the list.
Okay. Could whoever is controlling, I think Natalia, can you on your screen, can you place, it sounds like 48 and you said, Nick, you said the bathrooms at 48 you described as basically they haven't got any new ones.
The last time the bathrooms at PS 48 were replaced.
Yep.
Would have been in the 1960s.
Okay.
So they don't have any ventilation other than the windows and what was called a natural ventilation.
Okay.
It's just a duct so that the warm air from the room would vent out through the roof. So you can imagine in the summer, it smells pretty funky in some of these bathrooms real quickly.
Yep.
And I believe PS 192 has the same situation with the ventilation.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and I see we're moving priorities already, but I just do want to say.
I don't want to pick the priorities. I know that's your job.
I think that's
I'm
okay.
just trying to give you a little insight onto what I know.
For 192 being number 1.
Yeah, because again, it's not just one school. There's like, two schools here plus D75 that's using.
And I believe they have no ventilation in there as well.
Yeah, that last sentence of the exhaust system, that one is what gets me. So I'm fine with it with number 1.
Thanks, Natalia. And then let's identify the other projects. So I think we're all in agreement that the elevator at 180 should be a top 5.
Who has 180? Does anyone know who the liaison is for that school?
It's written here on the spreadsheet, isn't it?
No, it's a typo. It's not really McKinley. It's 180. So I don't know who the liaison offhand.
It's me.
Okay, Adele, there you go. I'm writing you in on my notes. I'm okay with that. I also want to look at number 21, which is the ranked the PS 9971. They've been using a multi-purpose room that only holds 129 people.
Yeah, I want to prioritize that. I can't handle not having the space.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Here's one thing about that, guys. I did ask Steve's opinion on that, and look, we can rank the things as we think the priority is, but he was, this school that's on 4th Avenue, it's pretty space constrained. He wasn't super optimistic about seeing a new thing go in there. I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
I guess in this situation, we should, it's a tough call. Let's rank it. It reflects our view, and then it's going to be a living, breathing document discussion with the SCA. Let's rank it according to our priorities, and we'll take it, like we said earlier, number 6 could become number 5 if this one is just deemed not feasible.
Steve, I had a quick question. We could do it after. I just don't want to lose the opportunity.
Sure, go ahead, Vito.
So the new elementary school on 59th Street, I spoke to the principal. I don't know if George is still here, but she says that all new buildings now don't have auditorium. They have gymtoriums where they do dual purpose gym and auditorium. Is that really policy now? Because she would love seats in a real auditorium.
Are you asking me, Vito, or?
I'm asking anyone who would help.
Yes, that is. That's what we've seen coming out of these buildings. It's a multi-purpose gymatorium, or gymatorium, or something like that. That sounds awful.
We can definitely
But
follow.
they're generally multi-purpose.
She would love a real auditorium, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, well, maybe we can write an email to the SCA too, just following up and seeing if that's, written policy.
This is one of those points about why we should be on the ground floor when they're planning these buildings. There always seems to be this design that's implemented, and then we get there and there's just this small space, even when parents are calling for more space for their kids to be moving around.
Right. Okay, so number 1, PS 192, does everyone agree on that? Does anyone have any objection?
Sounds good.
We'll keep that for as number 1. Okay.
Yeah, and let's fill out the top 5 projects first, Alice, and then we'll do the 1 to 5 ranking, because right now these aren't our top 5. We need to put the ADA elevator has to go in there. So Natalia, I think it's like row 11. Can you grab that line? And the school is wrong, but we know what, where did
That's
you?
row 6.
So
Yeah.
should the elevator be coming out of D75? Are we taking over something where their budget should be covering it?
It's a fair question. This one is D75 specific, submitted to both councils for consideration. That's something I think the SCA could clarify, but I think we should just, like I said, go with this list for now as our priorities, and we can always follow up.
Can we list it as number 5? So if it is being funded through D75, our number 6 will just kick up?
I don't think D75 would have any more budget than a regular District 30 or 20 school. I think it's the SCA.
Well, they are applying for capital funding through District 75 as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you mean, Simeon?
I mean, you guys have been saying would District 75 have funding for this? I don't think.
Well, if they win the capital funding request before we do, then we would then it wouldn't be needed for District 20. That's how I understood it. Maybe I'm understanding it wrong, in which case our next most important ranked project would get kicked up. So if D75 gets approved for that project, we wouldn't need to. You know, is that right?
That's something, but I think that we can hold off on that for now, and that can be answered probably best by the SCA at this point. Okay. Let's just get a top 5 populated. Of the other projects we discussed tonight, I think someone, Simeon, you wanted to prioritize the PA system, but then was that oh no, that was the outdoor lighting, the outside lighting that Nick commented on. So the PA system upgrade, did I hear, only because that was mentioned earlier, is that a top 5?
I could live with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I think we have to specify to our liaison schools that Reso A is the better fit for some of their projects. And some of these have the glitz to them that would be enticing to Reso A funding,
right,
like the STEAM labs and things like that. I don't want them to think that we're disregarding them. It's just that the funding is more likely to come through Reso A.
Right. And likewise for auditorium, to the earlier point that was made.
Any public assembly, so cafeteria as well, right?
Yeah.
That's what they said.
I think the top section of projects is really the more the structural SCA. That's sort of how I.
Electrical upgrades. So what was the school that should have been applying for? Oh, so we want 104 instead of applying for a PA system upgrade, we were told that they should be applying instead for a low voltage upgrade to update their fire, PA, and clocks. So maybe if they, I don't know.
That was Nick's, that's what Nick said.
That was Nick's suggestion, that would be a better chance of getting funded through capital funding if they applied for that upgrade rather than just confining it to the PA.
Yes, this is Nick again. PS 104's fire alarm system is from the 1950s, as is their PA system and their bell program schedules. It's probably the oldest fire alarm system and PA system in all of District 20.
Wow. Yeah,
that's really important.
We rank that then, but rank it as low voltage upgrade instead.
Okay.
Do we need the principal to sign off on that? We would need to follow up there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But at least for this meeting, we can say that if approved, that would be a top 5 priority.
Yes, for me it would, for sure.
Okay.
And if anyone objects, please speak up. That's the only way we'll know if you object, fellow council members. Thanks.
So right now we're looking at the 2 restroom upgrades. We're looking at the gym / auditorium, the elevator. So we've got 5 projects there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 259, we have to remember it's not 259, it's the elevator at D75 is 180, 16, where was it? Who was it?
It's 180.
180, right? My
Yeah.
school. So they have 2 projects in there, I guess.
Can we just do a quick, before we finalize 1 through 5, can we just scroll, so Natalia, can you just scroll through the entire list again and slowly, and if any members want to highlight a particular project that might meet the SCA requirements, let's just do that one more time. You scroll down, Natalia, past auditorium.
Yeah, I'm trying this thing. It's the one thing with Excel, the Google Excel.
That's very slow.
It's a
Steve, do
lag.
you know anything about the 506 project for refurbishing the playground?
Yeah, it's the, you know, it's a huge kind of yard, actually. It's, you know, playground loose. It's all sort of
Very
hard surfaced. There's a lot of, you know, there's sort of a track there. I think there's like basketball courts there, and it's jointly shared with 503.
Do you think they would, is that something that they said that they weren't going to entertain right now to refurbish it, or?
No, SCA did not say that about that project.
Like a number 6 or 7, just in case one of our top 5s doesn't.
Yeah. That sounds great.
I know we're in COVID right now, it's not super priority, but I've seen that yard and it definitely needs a lot. It's
Yeah.
not there.
I have a quick, I know we got to move on, but
Yeah.
I just want to underline the sort of the physical ed spaces or the lack thereof. And I think that we need to tie this also to the lack of phys ed teachers. I was struck here when I moved, I think almost 25 years ago, how little phys ed our kids get. And like was it twice a week, and I remember, and I was like that, and or even once, like 30, and it was like, well, we don't have the resources and so forth. So if I'm encouraging in terms of asking for like 971, I saw that and I was really struck. I think Adele, that's your school. I was really struck by that. And in terms of like, you've got a what room and no place for, and you're what, you know, to what extent overcrowded. So I think that sort of the physical ed lens is sort of missing. Kids need to have it every single day, not just twice a week in this tiny space. So I think that this is like a moment, right, given what we're seeing, to sort of maybe push some sort of shift or narrative in how we view space. Just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Alan. So are we ready to just finalize our top 5, Steve? Or
Definitely. Yep. Sounds good.
you want to just read them off for the record or whatever? I know.
Well, yeah, let's finalize them and then we can move on. Do council members, I'm just going to take a stab at this right now. The elevator ADA compliance, I mean, this certainly seems like an issue that gets discussed an awful lot. Do we want to make that number 1? And it seems potentially complicated, I'm sure, but let's rank it number 1.
And then 192 would be number 2, right?
Sure, that sounds good.
I'm okay with that. If anyone has an objection, please speak up. Otherwise, you agree.
And
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I would rather have 192 as number 1. Again, it's for 2 schools and D75, which are all co-located, and they all use only 4 bathrooms, and there's no exhaust system for all of these kids in all of these schools. Also, the other one, apparently, I think my understanding is also applying to another council for the same funding. So, you know, I'll just voice that point. But I guess if they get that funding, then they'll just go down our list.
And Inga, truthfully, if it's in the top 5, it gets a real hard look. Sort of the 1 to 5 ranking matters, but it's the top 5 all get a real hard look. So you can rest assured 1 and 2, we're kind of splitting hairs there.
Okay.
I think let's just go with it. The gym auditorium, you know, they'll have to sort of come back with some kind of assessment and maybe talk to the school and give them a fair view on the likelihood of it. But I agree. It's ironic for a school with healthy living in its name that it doesn't have a gym. And then the other, maybe the bathroom, the ISPS 48, and then maybe PA system number 5.
48.
Does anyone disagree with that ranking for the top 5?
No.
Okay, and I'll just, like Alice said, read it for the record. So number 1 is the elevator at PS 80. Number 2 is bathroom updates at PSIS 192. Number 3 is a new gym auditorium for PS 971. Number 4 is bathroom updates at PS 48. Number 5 is a PA system upgrade at PSIS 104.
That is low voltage electrical upgrade, and we
Oh,
need
right.
to communicate with the principal of that school and make sure that they're putting in the right request.
Right.
Thank you for the advice, Nick Del Bianco.
You're very helpful.
Great.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your input.
Okay, I think we can conclude this portion.
I agree. And I guess an email will just go around with all the updates and everything else being put in the right number.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Okay.
Sounds good. All right.
Steve, just a point for anyone who's still putting in for ResOA, I think it's important to clarify for any principals that might be here or PTA presidents, how you word your request is really important. And if you're preferencing safety or innovation design, something, it's not enough just to say we need electrical, saying we need electrical because there's going to be a fire in our building and at any minute, if this isn't done, it's really important that you sell your points to your ResOA. So wording matters.
Yep. And I've just been reminded we need to take an official vote on this. Motion to vote on the top 5 capital priorities.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes.
Great. Just a little bit of clarity, just to piggyback on Adele. Safety is usually prioritized by capital funding, and ResOA is public assembly, and technology really shines in that ResOA category. So safety tends to be an SCA thing. We can get by on the safety thing with them.
Yep.
Sorry, Adele. Thank you.
Okay. Ready to move on. I am going to cede my 5 minutes, report of council president, in the interest of getting to a very patient acting interim superintendent, Dr. O'Brien, for his report. Dr. O'Brien, are you still with us?
Yes. Hello, Steve. How are you? And thank you. And I just really want to say good evening to all the families that are on the line, as well as the very talented principals, teachers, assistant principals, and students of District 20. On January 6th in Washington, D.C., we experienced an alarming and frightening moment that was unprecedented in our lifetime. And like many of you, I was shocked to witness the armed insurrection that led to the breach of the U.S. Capitol, forcing evacuation of elected representatives doing their jobs representing the American people, and the desecration of the halls of government. Likewise, as the Chancellor shared, it is a dark day in the history of our nation, and it fills me with sadness. The Chancellor has provided our schools with classroom resources, including ways to facilitate discussion in class about these events. Additionally, we've been given new resources to support mental health and wellness during this very trying time. One thing of great importance that I'd like to share tonight is with regard to our COVID and its spread throughout our community. We are still seeing a rise in COVID positivity rates for students, principals, APs, and teachers. The vaccine is here for educators now, yet I know that the day that it was the announcement came, that site crashed, and many educators were unable to even schedule an appointment. And if they did schedule an appointment, it's months in the distance. We have also learned, please continue to take as many precautions as possible for your health and wellness. I want to congratulate the students at District 20 who are attending in the blended classrooms. They're doing great, and they're wearing their masks and keeping the distances, as well as the teachers who have had to learn how to teach a different way. I also, there's been a lot of movement this week with regard to around middle school admissions and high school admissions. And we learned on Tuesday night that the Chancellor and the Mayor de Blasio have announced that the single test entry system for kindergarten will end after this year. The Chancellor shared that individualized approach to education with a greater use of digital options to augment the work of classroom teachers will be forthcoming. The Chancellor and Mayor will present its Gifted and Talented program reboot in September after gathering community input. We are currently waiting further information and training, and I'm certain that more guidance will be forthcoming, and to contact your parent coordinator for further information or any questions that you may have. I'm certain that our principals and APs and teachers have risen to the occasion, and I'm so very proud of the continued work they are doing each day. They are nothing short of remarkable. To combat student learning loss here in District 20, we have been addressing social emotional learning as well as the academic needs of our students. This is being accomplished through mindfulness activities across the grades, as well as the tracking of targeted assessments in ELA and math. Teachers and paraprofessionals are working with students in person or remotely in small groups, providing targeted instruction. We're also working with students in the ELA and math during AIS programs. One thing that I think doesn't get said enough is the very little time that our principals have and our teachers have to engage in professional learning opportunities. Our schools have 2 40-minute blocks each month in which to lead professional development. And our principals have been so creative and so thoughtful and so diligent in ensuring that this essential work continues for all. To better support faculty in addressing student need, weekly professional development is offered in several areas: technology, pedagogy, continuity, and implementation. Faculty are presented with opportunities to learn new skills for best practices and are able to collaborate with their colleagues across grade levels to address high leverage areas of student need. They're also receiving professional training through virtual workshops provided by instructional lead staff, which is really the lifeblood of District 20, teachers teaching other teachers. We are also working with community-based organizational personnel, including the Office of Mental Health and Hygiene and Student Youth Development. One thing I've been thinking a lot about has been around how our teachers right now currently are still teaching our youngest students how to read. And I feel like in the digital age, I feel like if there was some sort of prize or award or trophy that I can give to the teachers of District 20, and that especially this very unique group of teachers who teach pre-K through grade 2. These are the Orton Gillingham specialists. These are the folks that have done so much to create opportunities for students to read orally and to use level text. Teachers receive training on how to analyze miscues and utilize the data in the running records to inform instruction. It is something that I keep on returning to, and when I hear that in some way that teachers aren't doing enough for students here in District 20, it gives me great pause. And I have to share with you, I've seen this up close and personal these last 4 weeks, and I understand deeply the challenges that lay ahead. However, it is, I think, time that we share our word of thanks to the people that are making this happening. Even though they've been dealt a tremendously bad hand, our teachers, principals, APs, and students have risen to the occasion here in District 20. And I'm very happy and I'm very proud of the work that they're doing and that they continue to do each and every day. Because with each new week, we have seen something new change. We've seen a revision in policy, or we've been key resources have been cut. And in spite of it all, the people that call District 20 home have risen to the occasion. And part of that also is the parents that are listening to me and my voice. You too have shared in this victory, because without your support and that homeschool connection, none of this can be possible. So I have a very, very strong feelings as to what our people are doing here in the trenches. And I'm very excited to share that the work is continuing and that we will persevere no matter what challenges that lay ahead. And believe me, I'm certain there will be challenges that continue as we go forward. But regardless of that all, your children and you are in a district that cares deeply about the thoughts, their feelings, and the social, emotional, and academic development that for all of our students, whether they may be students with disabilities, English language learners, or advanced students, nothing will stand in the way of the District 20 motto, which is to always find any opportunity to uplift, to uplift and to create other avenues for equity and for the power of instruction to take hold. Thank you very much. Steve?
Thank you so much, Dr. O'Brien. We really appreciate you being here and being here at 9:10. I'm going to make a motion to my fellow council members. We speak to Dr. O'Brien as a council regularly. I'm going to make a motion that we suspend questions Q&A for Dr. O'Brien for tonight for this meeting, just in the order of time and moving on to the rest of our meeting. Is there?
I second.
Okay.
I just raise an issue, which is to say, I think there's some pretty serious issues out there that parents need clarification about. And if we could just take a few minutes to have an opportunity for some things to be discussed that I think parents want to know, just some basic facts. I know there's a lot you can't answer at this point, Dr. O'Brien, but for instance, is it true that students who are currently in a G&T program, they will remain in that program for the rest of their elementary school career?
So I'm sorry, Simeon, I truly don't know the answer to that question. We are still receiving guidance and training around these new initiatives that are happening citywide. I know our parent coordinators are receiving training on this currently, and we'll be able to provide further guidance. We've also, we're inundated with this new initiative around middle school admissions, which we're still gaining some more details and nuances to what that's going to look like in the lottery. And as we spoke earlier with the rest of the CEC team last week with Mr. Chin, he's been able to shed some insight, and I hope to be able to answer some of those very key questions with the members of the CEC. And the members of the CEC can then work with their liaison schools to share with them this new information, as well as join in helping us remedy some of these big issues that are happening across our district and across the city.
I'm just wondering if any other clarifications that came out of last Friday's meetings that this would be a good opportunity to share with parents who I think all have the same questions we raised.
Okay, I think Bill Chin is still on the line. Bill, would you like to share some information about middle school enrollment? Excuse me, middle school admissions?
Can you hear me? Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
fine. The middle school enrollment is going to be for this, they said it was going to be for this year only. There will be no choice programs, I suppose. That's what we have for our superintendent G&T programs. Those seats in those programs are going to be considered district-wide programs. So those seats will be open to students from non-zone schools to enter those particular schools. And when they are in the schools, then the school programs to the students' needs. So those are not going to be G&T students. They're just going to be an entry point for other students in the district to enter those schools. 187, since they don't have a zone, is going to be 100% lottery. Other schools that have what we used to call, what we call superintendent program, some schools may have only one class. Some schools have up to 6 classes. Those amount of students will be offer the lottery seats for the district-wide program. And they said that that was only going to be for this year, but that's the case right now. Students who, those programs in the past has X amount of seats allocated with students with disabilities with an IEP. And I asked the placement director who presented this to us, to the parent coordinators on a meeting, that if those seats are still, those percentages will still be allocated to the students with disabilities, and she said yes. I have reached out to all the parent coordinators. If they have any more questions, they can email me, and if I can't give them the answer, I could find the answer from the placement director. Or she will pursue it to get me an answer. So if there's any questions, additional questions, you can email me directly. I'm going to put my email address in the chat. Or you can email Dr. O'Brien. Or if you emailed even these District 20 CEC, CC20, Natalia does forward those emails to me also. Okay, I'm going to put my email address in the chat, and I hope I answered your questions. One other thing is, Mark Twain is a citywide program. The whole program will be a lottery. Every student will have an opportunity to apply for 2 of the talents. For this year only. That's what they're saying right now for this year. I don't know anything further.
Thanks so much.
Bill, you said that the parent coordinators, or maybe it was Dr. O'Brien, are going to be like the point people in the school. So if parents have questions that maybe don't require someone at the district level, they can reach out to their parent coordinator. They are the ones receiving training on all of this.
They had information, they had a training, we had a parent coordinator meeting with the placement director, so she gave out the information. I feel that the parent coordinators will be the ones who will be getting a lot of the questions, so I gave them an in to contact me, and I'm going to give you everybody else. I supply my email address in the chat. But I suggest that if you want to go to the parent coordinator, either way, it's fine.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, and Bill, I want to thank you too. And for everyone that's listening, it's very rare that you have someone on of Bill's acumen and his experience to lead us through this forest. And I want to thank you, Bill, for helping all of us through this. Thank you.
Okay, now I think, unless anyone objects, I think we should move on to the next agenda item. And the next agenda item written on the agenda is liaison reports, but we've decided at the business meeting to remove that from the agenda. So we are now on to public speaking. We've set aside 30 minutes for public speaking. I'm just going to reread the rules for public speaking. We will take questions and comments from participants who signed up using the form, the online form. Please press the hand icon at the bottom of your screen to be recognized at that time, or type your name in the word "speak" in all caps into the chat box. When your name is called, please repeat your first and last name before beginning your comment or question. Second, we will take questions and comments from participants on the language lines, and the interpreters will interpret into English. And finally, if you called in using your phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, and Natalia will unmute your line to allow you to speak. Please state your first and last name before beginning your comment. And a reminder that speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. So Natalia, do we have anyone in line for public speaking?
Okay, first we decided to go with our elected officials.
You're correct. Thank you, Natalia.
So we have William Colton, Assemblyman William Colton.
Yes, thank you. I was very happy to hear and get so much information from CEC 20, which is obviously a very important district and has done so great things for many of our children. I would like to say that if Assemblyman Peter Abadi and myself are going to be sending a letter to the mayor together with other elected officials expressing our great concerns over the policy announced in terms of admissions to middle schools. Parents are very upset about this, and I think there's a lot of concerns that need to be raised, and we're going to be expressing that. There's already been many petitions that have been signed, and even though it's supposedly only for 1 year, parents are very concerned that it is the start of a different direction, which is going to really hurt a lot of our schools. I believe all children have talents and skills that are unique to them. and that all children need to have schools matching their talents and skills in order to be able to achieve their greatest potential. And I think the Department of Ed needs to address that, not by chance, but by specific educational programs that will meet the needs of all children. And I was a teacher for 11 years. I've always found that you need to be very diligent and very careful in identifying and providing for the needs of all children. And that includes special ed children especially. So I think that that's the kind of an approach that we have to take. And this lottery does not do that. You are relying upon chance, what should be done with specific educational programs to meet the needs of all the children and to give them their greatest potential. I think that we're going to have to, discuss that more and deal with that. And I think that, a lot of feedback from parents is coming in on that. I also want to say that I think we do need to pay attention to ventilation in schools. Efforts have been made, but they need to be more efforts. I think we do need to have attention paid to the District 75 schools and the accessibility issue. I think these concerns that have been raised are very valid ones, and we do need to work on it in the future. I am happy that, I'm able to attend. We're actually in session with the legislature. Normally I would be in Albany at this point, but this year we're going to be also having our session by Zoom, and it'll give me the opportunity to be here and see many of these more meetings. I also have here Declan Hong, who is a representative of mine, and he also will be attending some of these meetings. So I want to wish everybody a very happy New Year. We have the New Year, January 1st, and we have the Lunar New Year coming up next month. So I wish everybody a very happy and healthy New Year, and hopefully we can make this into a year when, despite the many obstacles that our children face, that we will be able to address them in a way that will advance their education despite the problems that we have. So thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing to work with CEC 20 in order to make sure that our children get the very best possible and the best leadership possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman Colton. Our next public speaker, I believe we have Irene Chu from the Office of State Assembly Member Peter Abate.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Steve. First, we'd like to wish everybody a safe and healthy new year. Thank you, all of you, all the council, the advocate for all the parents and the students, the kids in District 20. So here I'm gonna read briefly some key points from the statement of Assemblyman Peter Abate regarding the yesterday the announcement and today the whole explanation about the given talent, the test elimination. So he believed this decision is an irresponsible decision because the last 2 school years have been overrun with the rush on substantial change to our Department of Education. Principals and teachers have been put in impossible situations with a little to no guidance in helping them execute those drastic changes. However, the major group affected by those consistent changes have been our city's children. They have been in a constant state of heavy and unrest for almost a year. Instead of working on a way to correct the wrongs done to our students by our current mayor and chancellor and expanding the Given Talent program, they look to take away from our children. It is of the utmost importance to focus on providing more consistent resource and improve and expand the quality of education that our future leaders deserve. This decision to eliminate the Given Talent program without further plan is offensively irresponsible for the mayor. This is his last year, and any perverse aftermath will unfairly be left to future administration to manage. And also, here are some data I would like to share with our all council members to consider when you. First, we're happy to see. I just saw on your CEC website you have a resolution. We're glad to see the conversation start today rapidly to talk about this Give and Talent program. If you pull out the 2020 last year school year, the Give and Talent program admission handbook, you will see there are total 83 school near citywide. There are 83 school has Give and Talent program, which in District 20 there are 8. But if you just look at the Brooklyn one, District 16 and District 23, there are none Give and Talent program. District 14, 17, 18, 19, 32, those 5 districts only has 1 in each school districts. So this is how exactly to show the city fail our students. They should expand those Give and Talent program in all neighborhood, in every corner school. Kids they should have the right to easily assess those quality education and shine in their future. And also regarding the middle school, the lotto system, I just gonna share my conversation with the Deputy Chancellor Josh Wallach, because according to 2019 from the enrollment, you can see District 20 has 3,000 students from 5th grade going to 6th grade. They actually enroll outside of District 20. It's a 3,000 students enroll outside of District 20. By now, this year, we're gonna bring them back according to the new policy. This year, they're gonna enroll in our district-wide school. That means District 20 already overcrowded those middle school. They have no way to accommodate. Like, I don't see how DOE accommodate those 3,000 extra students, where they're gonna put it. So when I asked Josh Wallet what the DOE gonna do, so the Josh Wallet response is, they are fully aware about the overcrowding issue, but they have no intention to add more seats. So basically the answer is, I don't know. Like, we don't have any good answer from the DOE. Also, I asked them, what about when parents put the 12th choice for their district, for their middle school application? Since we're already overcrowding, are you guaranteed those students for those 12 choices, are they gonna guarantee they will have a seat? I don't have any response from DOE for over 3 weeks. So just want to share those thoughts with you. I know councils has different point of view, but we would love to see the conversation begin as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene.
Okay.
Great information.
Next, I believe we have Nancy Corona from the Office of City Council Member Carlos Menchaca.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Nancy Corona. I'm a community liaison and budget director for Council Member Menchaca's office. Thank you for having me here. I know that you've all had a really long meeting, so I just want to make my my updates pretty brief. They are related, however, to budget, capital budget specifically. So as you're aware, as you may be aware, City Council offices also submit lists to the CSA to prioritize capital projects that are not already funded. I'm not really sure how this process has been done before, but in the past, but I think it's straight and wide. It's great to go straight to CECs in our council district and ask for information and feedback. So you know your school communities best. Our list needs to be submitted by Friday by 5 p.m. So I will leave it up to the CEC how they want to go about sharing this information, but we would appreciate, I know that you've had your whole meeting dedicated to this, so if you would like to share that information by tomorrow evening so that we can also compile it into our City Council office list as well. Sorry for that. Our submissions need to include the building address and the name of the school organization, as well as a description of the request. I will send this information via the chat and also follow up with the CEC 20 email directly. To that end, I want to talk a little bit about capital discretionary funding, Reso A funding for FY22. So we have created a form for our office. Principals can submit that on behalf of their schools. I will also share that form with you via chat. and to the CEC email so that you all have it and can communicate with your school principals about that. But I think it's also important that the CEC knows that that form is available and for Council District 38. And we will be receiving projects until March 1st. Yes, I just wanted to share that. Our PB process will look a little bit different this year. As a whole, citywide, PB has been canceled. However, council members Levin, Lander, and Menchaca have decided to create a local PB process. So our district, Council District 38, will be holding a participatory budgeting process. We're actually going to have an information session tomorrow, and I'm going to include that link in the chat as well. The only other two things that I wanted to add are that we have discretionary expense going on as well. I will share that link as well. This is more for your information as well. This is for organizations and programming expenses. Oftentimes we get a lot of questions from schools about after-school programming. And so if you know of any organizations or if you want to learn more about maybe CASA funding, if that is already available at your school, or want to know more about the process for the future, please feel free to reach out. The last thing, budget related, this is our last fiscal year for Councilmember Menchaca. So if you have any questions or would like to meet with our office, we also encourage that you reach out. This is especially a really good time as we're looking ahead for FY22, and we're also putting together information about projects we might not have been able to get to or priorities for our schools, as there will be a transition of council members in the next in the next year. The last thing is we're going to have a COVID-19 vaccine information town hall with State Senator Myrie and Assemblymember Matenas tomorrow evening. So I will also share that information in the chat. But that is all I have. I'll share my email as well if you have any further questions. But thank you again for having me here.
Thank you so much, Nancy. In our last, I believe our last elected official representative, I believe Donald DeRosa from Controller Scott Springer's office. Would you like to speak?
I don't have any major updates related for everyone right now. We are working on a lot of things on a lot of different policy fronts. Obviously, we face a very challenging year ahead, and I don't like to say Happy New Year just yet because not many things have changed from the last year, but this is definitely going to be a very interesting year for us. But this time, I think within a year's time, things are going to be a lot different. But I will, of course, keep the CEC updated on all the policy fronts that we have moving forward, especially on some education-related things that we continuously work on. And Stephen, of course, congratulations on your election to the presidency. It should be an exciting year ahead, to say the least, but I wish everyone a better new year and better times as we move forward, but always here if anyone needs any assistance.
Thank you so much, Donald. I guess I'll just put out one request. Are there any other elected officials or representatives of elected officials who would like to speak at this point? Okay, so we will now begin our public speaking session. We will keep it at, we'll go 20 minutes and see how that goes. And if there's a large backlog, we can decide at that point how long to extend it. But Natalia, who's our first public speaker?
And are we
Okay.
the first person up and the person in the queue? Are you gonna, so we can have someone on board?
Announce the next two, I guess, Natalia, the next two names.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So I know Paulette Healy has signed up to speak. I don't know. Paulette, you ready to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I have to address the demonstrative theater that this meeting has been, because starting off with your business meeting, having, you know, being kamikaze attack with a resolution that no one has seen from the public and only half of your council members have seen was not a great way to start off this meeting. If you want to talk about transparency, like that was just, wow, what a way to start the meeting. Second of all, being a parent that sits on the District 20 Equity Committee to find out tonight that it has been canceled with no notification to any of the parent members on there. And a lot of us are on here. And then have our superintendent in the same vein say that equity is important in D20 is laughable. I honestly do not understand why it is left to yet again the community to bring things together, to do the actual work, to get the resources that our families have been asking for. We're the ones who are trying to get information about whether our families have gotten devices. Our principals have been left with no guidance and no support in terms of trying to implement an inequitable 5-day in-person model with no funding, teacher shortages, and no direction and no support from the district. So it is infuriating. Oh, can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you the whole time, Paulette.
Okay, just making sure. All right, well, I'll wrap it up because honestly, this has been a horrible 3 hours of my life that I will never get back. And regardless of all the obstacles and all of the references of things are just too hard, or it costs too much, or we can't educate your child because we don't have the funds, for related services, that conversation needs to stop. And, I appreciate the few words here and there sprinkled in through our elected officials. And I'm grateful that there's a representative from Justin Brennan's office and from Senator Gounardis' office, because when we found out about the D75 oversight, quote unquote, about the, being regarded in the conversation for the new Nathan site, they were the only ones to act. And honestly, we need more of our elected officials to support that. If you want to talk about 3,000 kids who are, who apply for G&D, we have 26,000 children in D75 and 11,000 children receiving IEP services in our district who are just as helpless in terms of finding out accommodations and have been helpless and waiting for accommodations for way too long. My son started in this district in D75, and he is now starting high school, and there is yet still no accommodations for him in the district that he lives in. And he started here in pre-K. That just puts things in perspective. So please stop pushing us aside.
Thank you, Paulette. Natalia, who's our
And next I have Rachel, and I'm looking for Luba Gorbach.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I am Jason Matthews speaking on behalf of Rachel. Alan Aha was right. The CEC needs to choose a side, either prioritize the most marginalized for limited resources or continually concern yourselves with the kids who are already advantaged. It's time for bold, visionary action to desegregate our schools and fight for every single child. Aside from the fact that every child is gifted in different ways, and no child fits a mold of gifted in everything or struggling in everything, during a pandemic and a fiscal crisis, spending millions of dollars to administer a test to 4-year-olds, which perpetuates racism, classism, and segregation when we still have kids with no remote learning devices or internet, is unconscionable. To knowingly continue this policy now is basically like allowing just one more voter suppressed election or just one more season where girls' sports receive less funding. Days before Martin Luther King Day, justice delayed is still justice denied. We need to mature beyond the simplistic talking points of folks who are consumed by defending the status quo and clinging to outdated ideas about who is and isn't gifted or talented or deserving or hardworking. To those insisting how unfair lotteries are, you're ignoring the long-standing unfairness of a system that rewards kids with greater wealth and oftentimes access to costly preparation. Which is more unfair? That a kid who's had 6 years of violin lessons or STEM club has a novice sitting next to them, or that the child without access to those never gets the chance to try them at all? You're right. Education shouldn't be based on luck. Children do not choose or earn their family situation, and for too long, the luck of family circumstance has determined which child gets what. We need to replace the idea that it's justifiable to look out for your own kid at everyone else's expense with the idea that public schools are a public good and that all our children benefit from a society with a well-educated citizenry. We saw last week what happens when we don't have that. Our democracy is threatened. That's not good for anyone's kid. So we need to care more about everyone's kids, not just our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, so next I have Rona Merrill.
Hi. Yes, I'm one of those parents that was on the equity committee. That we still haven't heard how it's disbanded. You were talking earlier during the business meeting about building relationships with parents. I feel like there's a strong group of parents that's been vocal here for over a year now, way past, when this pandemic started, speaking about equity issues that we cover again and again, the solutions to which have been well researched. And we have to choose a side. We can look at the scientific research. We can look at the history that is also well researched. We had people who actually research it on our equity committee. You look at the history of segregation, eugenics within District 20. I'm not even talking about New York City. I'm talking about the history of our own district. This is not something that's rocket science. It's something that's very simple. And yet again and again, the CEC, through various individuals who sit on the CEC and continue to promote these worldviews, which are anti-scientific and racist. And I'm sorry if that makes anybody feel bad, but I think that that should make us question and want to do better rather than just get insulted and shuffle things around. You can look at the race stats of gifted and talented students. You can look at that. The curriculum, especially for elementary school, is not even accelerated. That is not an option. And yet we have 2 E-Kids, for example, which were mentioned twice tonight, that are not even catered to. There is 0 program within New York City for 2 E-Kids, of which there are about 1,000 living in the city. These are kids that are both advanced and have IEPs. They're not covered, obviously, within our district as well. Hopefully, what our schools will do will now make these programs available within each and every one school that we have in our neighborhoods. This is all up to us, and this is up to our CEC to make sure that our schools are diverse, equitable, and they have these programs available within them to their abilities. This is not, again, in this discussion tonight, the first comment is, how do I get my kid into a G&T program? This is not applicable anymore. It's just not applicable. We're talking about the minority of kids that do not need our assistance because they've already had and will have in the future the kids that do need the assistance within these programs that are a minority of the kids within the DOE. And this is not rocket science. This is not an opinion. This is a fact based on income and based on race stats that New York City has had for decades.
I'm sorry, Rona, it's time. Thank you for your statement. Appreciate it.
Okay, so there were 2 people who I was not able to find, Sana Baig, B-A-I-G, or Luba Gorbach. If you're in the meeting, please raise your hand.
Natalia, if there's a question from one of the translators, that will, you'll be notified of that, right? Okay.
Are there any questions from the translators?
And is that it for now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Great. Well, then we can, oh, I see Tamara Stern has raised her hand.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I actually wasn't even going to speak tonight, but after the many hours of this meeting, I have to say I'm very disappointed with this district. As a parent that has had kids in G&T, you know, they didn't take the test. They just got into it on their own merit. I also have a child with special education. And the fact that I've had to fight more for my child with special education just in order to get services that should be guaranteed to her because she's in this district is really irritating and it's disgusting, okay? And as somebody who's been a parent leader, has been fighting for all the kids in every school I've been a part of to get the things that they need, and to sit here and to have the interim acting superintendent cancel a committee that I feel, and it's not just me and many other parents feel, that we need in this district because we're one of the districts that have so many parents from immigrants, okay? We need equity in this district. We're not getting it. And I'm tired of having this conversation and it's falling on deaf ears and we're not being communicated to. We keep being talked at. I'm tired. I don't want to hear the numbers anymore. Do your jobs, okay? You guys need to fix this district. There's way too many issues that we have and you're just throwing them under the rug. And it's not fair. It's not. I've put my blood, sweat, and tears into this district and I'm not getting the same return. And it's disgusting. And I'm annoyed and I'm angry. You guys need to do a better job. And all the elected officials on here, you need to talk to your constituents because you're not hearing us. And we're tired of talking to deaf people. I'm done.
Thank you, Tamara. Natalia, who's next?
Okay, I do see some hands. Is there anyone else? 'Cause I see 3 hands up. I don't know if those were up before.
I think I saw Francine Almash next after Tamara, I believe, and then M. Magnus.
Okay.
Go ahead, Francine. You can unmute, or Natalia.
Thank you. I'm going to, again, talk fast because my internet is a little wonky. But first, I want to also echo that I was on the equity committee too. And it in itself, it had a lot of problems. And we only met twice. But the fact that it was sort of, I'm just finding out now that it's dissolved is really just, it's just such a symbol of this district. And Tamara, you know, what she said and with so much passion is exactly right. I mean, we're so tired of being talked at about these issues that they're not new issues. But I want to address the test and also, again, echo some things that have been said. Ending the test is not offensive. The fact is there are plenty of parents in this district who support this decision. And it's bizarre on one hand to listen to Superintendent O'Brien deliver a speech that felt sort of like a strange love letter to teachers. And then on the other hand, hear people advocate for gifted programs by arguing that the education being offered to the general population is some substandard, and that somehow the very same teachers that are being complimented aren't equipped to teach these children that you call gifted, a label that in itself is problematic. Time and again, we see reports that show that these tests are a measure of resources and not ability. They facilitate the continued segregation of our schools. They're not pedagogically sound. They're racist. They're ableist. I mean, this is not news to anybody. They lead to resource hoarding, and they do it in this district, which has an abysmal record of noncompliance on special education year after year after year. And it is disgusting, right? To repeat what Tamara just said. I've also said these things at other meetings and it goes nowhere. So I guess what I'll say to the representatives of the elected officials that are here is that all parents don't support the sorting and selecting of students. And many, many, many of us are pushing for equity over elitism, and we vote too. And that's it.
If I may, Steve, I'd just like to respond to a few comments. The District 20 equity team.
I'm just curious, Steve, Weiser are we okay with?
What's up?
Public comments first.
Is that can we
I
do?
understand.
Can we allow the superintendent to speak after the end of public comments?
It'll be up to you if you wanted to,
I'm okay
but you
with
could decide that.
Can we make a motion to allow him to speak after public comments are over?
Yeah, you can make that.
I make that motion.
I'll second it.
after public comments, that's fine. Just, to address.
Yep.
And we're pressed for time as it is.
Yep. Okay, so all in favor of the motion? Yes. Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. I believe next up is M. Magnus, right?
Maria.
Hi, I'm Michelle Magnus. My daughter is currently in 2nd grade. And I just constantly hear this back and forth argument between G&T testing and IEP and specialized programs. And it's just reflective of our political issues going on, of taking from one to give to the other. And I just hear the bantering going back and forth. And what I don't hear is solutions. There's so many outlets out there for people to take G&T tests and free programs. And the IEP, there's definitely more needed for them. But what are the solutions? There's everyone, there's disparities, the equity is not there. Then maybe PTA should be taken away because they're the ones that are providing to each school. They're the ones that are creating this disparity amongst every public school. You want to take away the disparity and create equality for all, then take away the PTAs, because when you have a school making millions of dollars on a PTA and a school that's making $2, that's a big difference. And what child's given what? Solutions. I mean, where are the solutions? Take PTA away. Programming. Kids aren't getting the education they need. There's overcrowding. It's diminishing their quality of education. I see all these after school programs being offered, soccer, this. Why not offering tutoring? Why not giving these special education programs, after school programs, to give their kids more one-on-one time? There's just no solution I've heard in anybody's argument. It's just arguments, it's just back and forth, and there's no coming together. I don't think we need to take away from one to give to the other. I don't think we need to do any of that. The G&T program is there for those who don't have any, to get ahead in life, because we can't afford public school. We can't, afford private school, Catholic school. To take that away, it's to take away from kids who can get ahead in life within the public school system. We do need to do more for IEP and specialized programs. They are completely under-acknowledged and not provided for, but that doesn't mean we need to take away from either. If you guys want to take away disparity, then take away the PTA, because they're the ones that are creating the biggest disparity amongst all the public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Natalia, are there any more public speakers? I will take that as a no, and we can have Dr. O'Brien speak. Dr. O'Brien, would you like to speak now?
Yes. Hi, thank you, Steve. And thank you to the rest of the committee for the CEC. I wanted to share with, we heard it a few times this evening and during public comment that the equity team has disbanded. That is inaccurate information. We are on pause temporarily as all administration in District 20 receive implicit bias training. We will resume shortly, along with leading other new initiatives. So I don't want to get anyone have the impression that this has somehow gone away. We have only had 2 meetings, and if we were to disband, you would have heard it from me personally first. All right. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. We are at 9:54. I see Francine Almash has raised her hand. We will accommodate Francine, and then we will end the public speaking session at that point. So Francine, would you like to?
Thank you. I'll keep it very quick. Oh, Dr. O'Brien, this can be something we address maybe in an email, but what I want to know is if the equity committee reconvenes, if it's going to be with the same people, and more importantly, or equally as important, if there's going to be some kind of bias training for the people on that committee. An equity committee of people who can't agree that racism is a thing is a problem to start with. And we seem to have a lot of issues about what sort of agreeing what yeah, just even defining our terms on some kind of common ground. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. I appreciate you accommodating me. I know it's very late. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Francine. Okay, I think we can now end the public speaking session and move on to resolutions.
Yes.
Natalia, can you, or I guess the resolution 7, internet for all?
Yeah, I can actually do that.
Sure.
Okay.
If you'd like. All I have to do is press that little share screen thing and you will see what I see.
Yes, do you have it open already?
I think so. Wait, uh-oh.
Because it'll ask you which screen you want to share.
I mean, obviously desktop 1. Hold on, I have to open my system preferences. So if someone has it more easily available, it's in the Google Drive. Wait.
Hold on.
Wait, here we go.
All right.
Oh, you did it. Okay, thanks, Natalia. So just all the way to the bottom, it's really quick. It's just a kind of just, I want to put it back on the, front page. And
I don't think this is the one from the Google Drive. I think this is just the original.
no, because I changed I just cleaned it up. So I think this is the one. I just worked on it in the Google Drive. I changed CEC D20 to Community Education Council District 20, so it tracked with the rest of the resolution. Just small stuff. I said strongly urges instead of urges. I mean, if you guys could just read that last paragraph. That is, I just want to,
I'm
put
sorry,
it
you're saying what you edited is different from what we got on the PDF
Right.
that we downloaded from the website now? Okay.
Well, yeah, so the website, she's had this on the website since last week, I think. So I did punch it up today. I'm sorry, but it is in the Google Drive, which is shared with all of you. And it's on the screen right now. And there's very little difference between what's on the website and this one. It's just basically semantics. Like I said, I put strongly urges instead of urges. I just want to put this back on, as Inga said, the borough president does pay attention to our resolutions. The community is obviously listening to us. I think that there should be some sort of accounting. I know everyone is trying their best, but in terms of real numbers, they've been hard to track, and promises were made that everyone would have a device at this point. And I know they were going out. Could we get an update, and could that update kind of spread throughout the DOE? We should be, every week, it should be in the face email about devices. I can't believe that it's kind of been left on the back burner so long. So that's it. If anyone wants to comment, question.
I guess, should we, no amendments any amendments proposed to the resolution?
Well, this is an amendment since it's a further resolve, right? Therefore, be it further resolved, the Community Education Council District 20 strongly urges the DOE to provide an accurate accounting to confirm that all requested remote learning devices have been delivered and distributed to D20 families as informed by District 20 Superintendent's Office. I mean, maybe that last part of the sentence isn't great. Like I said, I just want to put it back on someone's radar. And I want to not leave any kids behind without devices. You know, all these conversations we're having around equity, what kind of equity is there if I can't even go to school?
Right.
I mean, that would have been me as a child. That would have been me. I would have had no device. I would have had no Wi-Fi. My husband as well. We would have not been going to school. So I really personally, and my child is very lucky to not have this be an issue, but I can't believe we don't talk about this every day until there's a device in every kid's hand.
So if I could just add to that, y'all, I know we have to move on, but basically Alice and myself and Rob weighed in on this. It's the same exact resolution minus those two. And the very last, where the very last was their stronger resolve, it speaks to the fact that some of us have heard from our own schools, like one of my liaison schools says we've distributed everything. But then a parent I talked to is like, wait, hold up. Okay, so because of, there's all kinds of ongoing sort of challenges in terms of doing that, new people requests and so forth. So that's why we were and then we were informed by the district's office that everything was smooth, but then we haven't received any data. This is something that we've all been pushing for. So I think this is a pretty straightforward sort of addendum to the last resolution. That's it.
I'm not clear what you mean by as informed by the District 20 Superintendent Office. Are you asking that office to provide regular updates and accounting?
Yes, I think so, but I'm okay with removing it. I agree it's not the best language. Simeon, you are an excellent resolution writer. If you had a suggestion to make that sentence.
Maybe just take that out and just say regular reports and updates from the DOE. Or from the superintendent's office, or from, I mean, what they've said is that they have a hard time with the data because they have limited staff capacity. So, you know, they point us to South Brooklyn office as the data repository. So I just don't know what makes sense. Maybe Joe O'Brien wants to say what would make sense for where we should be expecting this kind of data to come from.
Sure, and Alan, I'd like to begin by sharing, you could refer to the December minutes where I did indeed share data as to how much and how many devices were distributed and how many we still need.
I remember that, Dr. O'Brien, and I applaud all of your efforts. We realize this is not a District 20 issue. And so that's why we're changing that last sentence. You know, people do read our resolutions, elected officials, et cetera. And we just want to put the whole device and honestly, the hotspot issue, but that's already in the resolution, to the fore. So like in the same resolution that we had already passed, we said that it should be a utility, broadband access should be provided for, you know, every student. So I think it just goes along in the vein. This is not accusatory. It should be,
I didn't think
it should be online.
I'm responding to Alan's statement that he never gets the data from me around devices. And however, it's in the minutes from December's meeting that we reviewed at the onset of tonight's meeting, right? Like,
and those devices were being given out by the break, which was, so we just want to make sure that you know, happened. And if there anything fell through the cracks, this is maybe, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get involved in the middle rather, but thank you.
So two issues, I guess. One is making sure that we get data about it to ensure that everybody gets it. But if we know that they're not all getting it, they need to get them. I mean, I think that's what we need to say as well. So we're asking for regular updates to make sure people are monitoring this. And if it's not getting to every student, and we all know it hasn't gotten to every student, I think that's what the minutes showed, right? That needs to be addressed ASAP. I mean, it's January, we're halfway through the school year. So the fact that kids haven't had a device for half a year is very problematic.
And from the appropriate DOE department, I mean, or I don't know. What do you think?
Can I just say one thing? I mean, I'm fine with this request. I was just rereading the resolution though, and the opening paragraph actually coaches this resolution as a joint resolution with all councils. So the one that's posted anyway, this is the Internet for All resolution, right? So what-
Yeah, I think it's just referencing that other councils have also passed resolutions.
I mean, is this, can you scroll up to the first paragraph? Because if this is exactly the same one that's posted.
Natalia has the screen. I mean,
Oh, okay, whoever, yeah.
I didn't understand it that way, even originally. I thought it just meant that, you know, as other councils have also passed resolutions. I don't think it's in fact, I'm sure it's not
Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe it's the way it reads to me. It says
Yeah.
this resolution joins together councils.
I can see that, but Alan, right? It's not a joint resolution. We didn't copy and paste and sign on to a previous resolution.
No, we didn't.
Alan is the main author, so I'll just let
Okay.
you speak on the first part. But.
Okay, fine, that's just clarifying then. Like I said, I'm fine with adding that request, Alice. I just, when I read this again, I read it as though it was like, you know, joint with every council.
Yeah,
When we first submitted this back in July, other councils passed their own versions of this.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We're just getting clarity. Sometimes there are resolutions that do travel the councils and that you can just put your name on rather than and vote it up and down.
Yep.
So can we go back down, Natalia, to the last paragraph? I just want to iron out that last sentence, and then I think I would move to take a vote to amend. As informed by regular reports and updates from the appropriate DOE agency, is that, or department? I don't know. I'm just trying to iron out that last sentence.
I think department is fine.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to comment before I move to vote? Okay, so I just updated it on my end. It should automatic. There you go. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to pass this amendment to our Internet for All resolution number 7. This for the last paragraph, the addition of the last, therefore be it resolved. And I'll just read it out loud. The Community Education Council District 20 strongly urges the DOE to provide an accurate accounting to confirm that all requested remote learning devices have been delivered and distributed to D20 families as informed by regular reports and updates from the appropriate DOE department. So I made a motion, someone needs to second, and then no, we just do a roll call?
Second.
Resolution, right?
On the amendment, you can just do a.
Leave it back in the car. Okay, so I made the motion. We need a second and then a vote.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Simeon. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're not doing a roll call?
Not
On
for
the-
an amendment.
This is the amendment.
Okay.
Okay. And
Aye.
any opposed? Speak now. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, guys. We're going to post this on the website with the new language. Thank you, everyone. Steve, back to you.
Vote on the, so now we're going to make a motion to call the vote on the resolution. So I make a motion to call the vote on the resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion passes. So
The motion to vote passes.
the motion, right, the motion to take a roll call vote passes. So now we will take a roll call vote on the resolution.
On this resolution as a whole,
Yep.
Yes.
to be clear. Okay, excellent. Natalia?
Steve Stowe.
Aye, in favor.
Okay, Dina Gergis.
Yes.
Okay, Robert Aguilar.
Yes.
Alice Licato.
Yes.
Inga Smolyar.
Yes.
Alan Aha.
Yes.
Mauricia Cadillo.
Yes.
Yifeng Chen,
Yes.
Adele Doyle,
Yes.
Vito Labella,
Yes.
Simeon Stalsberg.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous, yes. The motion passes.
Thank you, Natalia.
Welcome. Okay.
And thank you, everyone.
Okay. Next, we have resolution on democratic principles. And what we've targeted is 30 minutes for discussion on the resolution. And at that, we'll attempt to take a vote. If we've gotten to the 30-minute mark, we'll attempt to take a vote at that point. And so, yeah, I'd like to introduce the District 20 Community Education Council Resolution on Democratic Principles. And we open it for speaking, right? Is there an order to council members speaking, or is it, I don't have a particular order to go in here.
I don't know.
A comment on the resolution.
Do you want to try alphabetically? I don't know.
Well, we usually hear from the person who proposed it first, but if.
That's
Sure. Go ahead, Simeon.
good point, Simeon.
So, I mean, I think everyone is aware of the events of last week. And I think the response needs to come from us as a group of people who have been appointed and elected as parent representatives and leaders. And it is our responsibility, I think, to speak truth to power at this point in time, given the seriousness of what occurred last week. And so I understand there's going to be debate, I assume, about the whereas sections, maybe the other sections, but for me, what's most important here is what we're resolving and what we are asking for. And I think, number one, that we are asking all leaders, political leaders, educational leaders, community leaders, and staff, and the people especially who are educating our children, to repudiate all unsubstantiated claims that 2020 election was fraudulent, and acknowledge that a person, Joe Biden, was elected as president of the United States. And that seems like a very simple thing to say. It seems kind of silly that we even have to say it, but the fact is that people are continuing to claim that the election was fraudulent, that the election was unfair, that it was stolen, and this is leading to violence. And it's not just random violence in the community, it's actually violence that has been targeted at our democratic systems and the Capitol and our legislature. The fact that our legislature was attacked and that people had to go into hiding and they were at risk of being injured and that people died in that situation, I think tells you how serious the situation was. So those are sort of the two things I think we need to speak to power about, which is to say this is unacceptable, and the people who are continuing this and continuing to incite the violence, I think need to stop at this point. The second thing I think is that we are focused on the schools and education of the children in our district, and that we need to ensure that all of the democratic principles, values, institutions, the right and privilege of voting, representative government, the right to free speech, the right to assemble and protest, the rule of law, and the importance of the peaceful transition of power needs to be taught to our children. And it needs to be taught in a deep and meaningful way. And it can't just be procedural, but also it has to be one of values and traditions and norms. And that's the thing. And in order to do that, I do think that the students and citizens in our community, teachers, kids, adults, parents, all need to have a deep historical understanding of what our country is about. And the fact is that when a horrible event like this happens, it's not an unprecedented event. It's something that has happened repeatedly in our history. And we have examples of coups in our country that have happened. And we need to say enough is enough at this point, and we will not allow that. And we need to understand our history and make ourselves a better nation. And we can only do that if we come together, and our education system provides for informed citizenry.
Thanks, Simeon. I'm going to express my opinion on the resolution at this point. I agree with, as I've told Simeon, as I've told everyone, I agree with many of the principles enunciated in here. I have a problem with how the resolution is constructed. In my view, resolutions are the formal work product of the CEC, and they have to be specifically targeted towards our district. building a resolution around national news events and political events removed several degrees from district education policy is a precedent I don't want to apply to the CEC. The resolution is short on specific supporting evidence, research, or even anecdotes into how District 20 is teaching civics. I've heard from a lot of the parents on the phone tonight, on the call tonight, that they want solutions. And I think that a stronger resolution and the kind of resolution we should be trying to develop on the CEC would propose specific resolutions with a knowledge of how the district is performing its educational mandate in order to really be meaningful and a meaningful use of our time and members of the CEC. I strongly support the issues raised in this resolution. I was also a member of the Equity Committee, and I look forward to my suggestion is some kind of work stream, as we've talked about at the business meeting, where we look at the issues, some of the issues raised in this resolution. We develop a dialogue with the relevant parties, with the DOE, Brooklyn South, the district especially. We provide questions for a parent survey on the issues raised in this resolution around equity, and so some of the motivations that are touched on in the events of last week in Washington. But my point remains, I would not like the precedent of resolutions based entirely on national political events to become the basis for CEC of District 20 resolutions. And so I'm going to vote no on this particular resolution.
So Stephen, I have a question. Nicole Malliotakis is one of our representatives over this part of this district, and she was complicit in aligning herself with those who were initiated this white supremacist coup. That is an undeniable fact. And she's being called, so if we're going to get regional about whether or not, this district, this resolution covers this district, I guess my concern here is, are you asking for a bolder resolution that specifically calls for an anti-racist curricula? Because we could agree on that. On that point, we could definitely agree on that. Like one that goes right to the heart and says, our curricula in this district doesn't teach the truth. It barely even scratches the surface, right? It's not culturally responsive. It often sometimes whitewashes history. Parents have to correct for it. I'm a Latinx studies professor. My son's school is named after William McKinley. Does anyone have any idea what that man did to indigenous peoples? And so the idea that this doesn't affect our district, I actually think that Simeon wrote a pretty middle of the road. I think it should be bolder and go far enough and challenge us to think outside the box, right? And to question our not just our privileges, right, but the ways in which white supremacy to patriarchy are embedded from not just the curricula, but from how we talk to each other, right? But how we create our rules and our laws, right? So if anything, this is very, very safe what he has done. So I'm going to go vote for it, and I'm going to support it. Thanks, Simeon.
Would anyone else like to speak on the resolution?
Really, no one? That's surprising. I'll just speak really quickly. Steve, I hear where you're coming from. I do. I don't think what happened on Wednesday is just another political event. I think it's 4 years in the making, and it's 400 years in the making. It's hard to have this conversation when the people that maybe disagree with you don't have the same knowledge base. That's what's been so hard about this last 4 years too, is debating what true is and what facts are. And I mean, I think it all stems out of the same thing. And the fact is that these folks went in there on Wednesday and they tried to kill, kidnap, God knows what else was in their plan. I mean, it's coming out more and more every day. I think it's a mistake. Listen, when 9/11 happened, we certainly didn't say, nobody anywhere in America said, this isn't relevant to, you know, our direct focus right now. And I'm not comparing it to 9/11. I want to make that very clear. But in certain ways, it comes from inside, you know? So these are our own citizens. I don't see how we can ignore it. I really don't. I will be supporting this resolution. There's nothing untrue in it. And when you say that there are no specifics, I see how it's general and I see what you're saying there, but you know, Google is available to everyone. And I encourage people to use it. And I encourage people to keep the lines of communications open. And you know, if someone makes a suggestion about something to look up or something to read, instead of rejecting it out of hand, I mean, I personally go immediately and read that article, that whatever. And I wish that council members who may not be in support of this resolution, no matter what they vote tonight, would just, you know, keep their minds open to, and us as well. Just, we all keep our dialogue going, but I'm definitely in support of this resolution. So thank you.
I guess I'm surprised to hear your argument because over the last 5 days, it's new to me, this argument. But the fact is the DOE chancellor put out a letter to teachers talking about this incident and put in it significant resources for teachers to talk to children about it. The fact is our children are watching. They're watching us, they're watching the news. This is not something that is somehow divorced from our district. And to me, it is such an egregious example of the danger of losing democracy that I think I'm suggesting that we as a CEC stand up and say so and say it out loud in a resolution that we can send to the media and to politicians and to educational leaders, that we as a elected and representative body, an appointed body, have something to say about it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, these debates that we have before resolutions are pretty much pointless, right? We should just go straight to voting because I'm not going to convince another member to vote the way I want to vote or the way, yeah, I support this resolution. I think it's well written. I think that, like Alan said before, it's super safe. Like you can't get any safer than this resolution, although it's effective, it's to the point, and yet we're debating it. Like this, and I agree with what others have said. We should go further, but it's an issue, right? Everyone has an issue with. So these debates are pointless. I think we should just vote on it and let it be. Like that's it. It's a waste of time to debate this. It really is. It's a middle of the road resolution, written very well, very effective, and we're wasting time here.
I guess the last thing I would say is that I was hoping that we might model some kind of consensus model, which is, to me, consensus means that not everyone agrees on exactly the same thing and all elements, but that we can come together around something that we can all accept. So if there's one or two lines that you don't like, you might be able to say, I don't like that particular line, the way this was constructed, but the overall thing I think represents something important that we can all come together on and support. And we did that with the anti-racism resolution. We had a huge debate about that, and we actually amended it, and I compromised. I gave up things that I felt strongly about in order to try to get the whole group to come together on something that the CEC could present as a body, right? So it's disappointing to me that basically this has been thrown out and there is no way that we can salvage a statement of some sort from the CEC as a group. That's just disappointing to me that we can't really model a consensus process to our community.
It's extremely disappointing. Simeon, you put facts in here, right? There's facts with footnotes where people can look up, and facts bother people. It makes them uncomfortable, but this is part of how democracy works. This is what's frustrating on this council. There's facts in here. Historical facts that if people picked up a book and researched it, you would see. There it is. They're facts. Why are we debating facts? I don't get it. Let's just vote and be done with it.
So
It's
just
late.
so it's publicly acknowledged, we need to recognize that Steve had presented a statement that he wanted to read at the beginning of this meeting, which would have been a consensual document if we could come to terms. But it was made very clear that it would not be voted on, that the opposition wanted to be expressed about that statement, as opposed to coming to consensus on that document. So you're absolutely right, Robert. I don't think there's going to be a bridge. I echo Steve's sentiments. We've been talking about IEPs and language learners and their needs in COVID for how long, and our energy needs to be there. And it's, we spend so much time on this. If we find after a thorough investigation of our civics program in this district that we are not meeting our students' needs, then I'll feel more comfortable with a resolution. But please, I would move for a vote if that's acceptable to anyone.
Voting is fine. I just wonder if we shouldn't change it to Joseph R. Biden Jr., or if it doesn't matter. I don't know. But that's just a thought, which I probably should have had before. I'm fine with keeping it. So Adele has motioned to bring it to a vote. Does anyone else want to speak on this before we adopt that motion?
Yeah, I'll make one comment. I frankly, I share Simeon's interest in trying to bridge gaps. And I'm new, as you guys know, and I'm not sure that we couldn't come to something consensual, but I would just need to have, sort of a stronger evidence that we could come to something together, before we commit to sort of spending time on it. And Simeon, I don't know if you'd be open to tabling the resolution as it is now and restarting, but that I'll just express that sentiment myself. It's something I share.
If Simeon wants to speak to that, I'd love to let him. I just want to say also about the statements, any minority group of the CEC can issue a statement and may just well if we can't come to some sort of consensus. There may be a stronger one if we don't, get through this resolution, and then there may be one that is closer to, Steve's tight focus on education, keeping it to education, which was going around before that, no, we did not agree to. And so it couldn't be issued as coming from the entire CEC, as is right and good. We can't, but we can always issue minority statements. I just want the public to know that, listen, these resolutions are not telling, the mayor's not going to get up tomorrow and do something different because we issued a resolution tonight. And while we're trying to build consensus, there's nothing stopping any CEC member from, issuing their own opinion on the matter. I just, that's all.
I do not want to table this resolution. I feel like it's too timely at this moment. I mean, the FBI is putting out reports of the danger of violence this very moment in all state capitals of the country. I mean, we're in the middle of an impeachment process. I mean, we are very much at risk losing democracy in this country. And I think to put it to a committee and an investigation and some more surveys, I think just does a disservice to this situation. I think there are certain times in history where people have to stand up. And I was hoping that as a CEC, we might do that tonight. So I would prefer to vote on it tonight. If it doesn't pass, then maybe we can revise it and try to approve something later that meets everybody's satisfaction. We'll see if it's too late at that point.
Okay, so I take that as a second to Adele's motion to put this to a vote. Simeon.
Second.
Second, great. So do we need to even vote on that, or do we just, I forget, Steve.
Oh, so
It's the parents who sent in a lot of emails to us this week supporting We have one against it and the rest were supporting it. So thank you to the parents.
There's like 6 or 7 in support. It might have been 2 against, maybe, but maybe only one.
Yes, thank you for doing that. And thank you to the teacher, my son's teacher, who spoke about the events on Thursday after. Thank you for doing that with your class. We appreciate you.
Yay, teachers.
So the motion was to call the roll call vote, correct?
Yes. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's Natalia's cue.
All right, Steve Stowe.
We have to say what we're voting on, just for the record.
Okay, so the motion to pass the resolution 10 on democratic principles.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Steve Stowe.
No.
Okay. Dina Gergis.
Yes.
Robert Aguilar.
Yes.
Alice Licato.
Yes.
Inga Smolyar.
I'm gonna just echo Steve's comments. I'm gonna vote no. I do have 3 children in the public school system currently, and I asked them all if this was discussed with them, and they said yes. So yay for the teachers, but to the point, it has to be more specific to District 20. That's my main reason.
Alan Aha.
Yes.
Mauricia Cadillo.
No.
Yifeng Chen.
No.
Adele Doyle. Adele.
Adele's having an internet issue. She's trying to reconnect.
Shall we come back to her?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Vito Labella.
Thank you, Natalia. District 15 Education Council member with another member, they issued a pretty long statement in response to what happened. And I want to thank Alan for sending it out to everybody. And it was very, very long. And I want to take one sentence from that statement and I want to read it into the record because it sums up, my thoughts and my feelings on this matter. While extremist, dangerous behavior cannot be condoned, remind your kids and maybe yourself that the vast majority of people need the same things: to feel safe, to feel loved, to have the basics: food, water, shelter, and to feel understood. Remembering this can help us build bridges of connection, even with people with whom we disagree, rather than pushing others farther apart. I'm going to vote no on this resolution, and I would be happy to revisit my original resolution from July condemning all violence, irrespective of the actors involved. Thank you.
Simeon Stolzberg.
Yes.
Adele Doyle.
No.
That sounded like a no.
Adele, can you repeat?
No.
Okay. All right.
The
That'll be
motion. It doesn't.
There'll be 5 yeses and 6 nos. The resolution does not pass.
Okay. Moving on to the final item on the agenda. The resolution. Natalia, can you share the screen?
Yeah, just give me a minute. Okay.
So introducing the resolution in support of retaining gifted and talented programs in District 20. And would any of the sponsors like to speak to the resolution?
Yeah, I guess I can take it. Basically, I think as mentioned earlier, this was in response to the announcement that came out this morning from the mayor and the chancellor about removing GNT programs beginning next year. So it's quite a short resolution, as you'll see, very factual for the whereas. That's the notice that occurred today. They provided no information on how they will reimagine these programs. And I think also as mentioned today by someone, District 20 has the most GNT programs in the entire city. So this definitely impacts our students a lot. So we're just resolving that, asking the chancellor and the mayor, local officials, community leaders to really rescind this decision to cancel after this year. And to retain it until they can come up with some type of recommendation to replace it that will be disseminated to all and have appropriate public notice and comment involved as well, which has not occurred here at all. I don't know if any of the other co-sponsors wants to add anything to this, but that's the gist of this resolution.
May I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so as one of the co-sponsors of this resolution, I want to say something. Like I heard the public speaking. I want to make note, first of all, like a lot of families in District 20, like they are not privileged as according to some, okay? In fact, we actually have a huge population of underprivileged, no income, new immigrant Asian families, okay? So like they come to this district seeking a good, like a better opportunity for their kids to have education. And by the way, like another speaker said in the session, I mean, GNT or not, right? Or versus IEP, it's not like we are taking one thing away from another. GNT doesn't necessarily cost any additional budget per se. Like if you calculate the the dollar amount per student, I don't think like GNT kids like take any additional resource away. And like I just don't like, I'm really confused on like we are talking about like adding seats and expanding opportunity for all kids to have a better education. Not all kids learn at the same pace. So that's why therefore there's such a IEP program, or like we're also hoping for like double, it's called 2E education. There's IEP and then there's like GNT and then there's children who are both, right? So like I just don't understand this. And as a parent who has a toddler who's in the midst of this, like it's really like putting a lot of like pressure on us and making us really anxious because of the lack of transparency in this decision during a pandemic time like this. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Yifang.
Can I ask a question of the sponsors about Resolve 2? It says to retain the current program until a replacement is successfully implemented. So are you saying you want to see 2 GNT programs operating simultaneously and only until the second one proves itself, then you'll eliminate the first one?
Maybe.
I could speak to that point.
Go ahead, Adele, you got it.
So Simeon, for the last 15 years that I've been active in the DOE, we heard a lot of talk about an enrichment model and a lot of talk in this district about implementing an enrichment model, to the point where Inga and I have traveled to see different enrichment models, but we have yet to see them successfully implemented on a broad scale basis that provides differentiated instruction, which benefits students. So at this point, as much as I would like to see a number of different types of programs to cater to the needs of our different, the way students learn. And you need to be fair that learning is an individualized process. And the value of gifted and talented is considered to be a cultural preference. And I'm not going to minimize or be culturally insensitive to the point that I say that my view of education trumps another family's view of education for their children. Obviously, they know their children best. And this idea of touting studies that suggest that G&T doesn't work would also suggest that honors programs should not be implemented. You should have no measurements to get into colleges. Macaulay Honors, which is an incredible leveler for families in needs, should be dismantled. And that vein, also LaGuardia should be dismantled. So until we see something effectively implemented where we're seeing a longitudinal impact of the benefits to our diverse student populations, I don't think you can remove one and then just tell us, as we were told just before by Dr. O'Brien's remarks, that come September, we'll hear something from the chancellor. He'll tell us what their new view is of gifted and talented. You don't remove something and then suggest that you're going to sometime in the future provide something. So I think that's pretty clear as an ask.
May I respond? So Adele, I've taught in the Macaulay Honors College. My son also goes to a school where the very first day of school at the orientation, they handed us a nice little color-coded chart, right? Because there's some screen program, the superintendent's program, and the chart. And you should see the looks on parents' faces when the chart distinguished what children, right, by the test-based programs, which are not empirically valid tests, right, get art, music, basically more of the enrichment, while the parents, the majority of the people in the room, looked at each other. And when I asked a question, I said, the rest of the kids, do they get language? Did they get art? Did they get all of these amazing things that should be embedded in the curriculum? Not as these little, why do they have an enriched whole curriculum? And what about the majority? And I was told, well, you need to be in the superintendent's program. That's called resource hoarding. That's how it works. That's how gifted and talented works. People may not know that during the Bloomberg years, when the specialized high schools, whoever got into those specialized high schools, they got a bonus attached to them in terms of per pupil spending. So when we're talking about resource hoarding and we're talking about why it is, I was called out and shamed for being passionate earlier, and I'm going to stand up for myself. I'm tired of that. We're the people with less are less opportunities and inequitable realities are the victims. I mean, are like if we stand up for ourselves, oh my God, look. This is what I think we fail to understand about how prioritizing one, we're doing it right now, by the way, comes at the cost of special ed. It comes at the cost of ability students. I mean,
Alan, I need to.
Let Alan finish.
Okay.
I'm going to finish. One of the reasons I don't teach in the Macaulay Honors College anymore is for some of the reasons that you actually highlighted very well. The students get tuition, they get a laptop, right? They get everything paid for. It's unbelievable, right? I don't understand. And then I also study the labor market and publish about it. What if I told those parents of that program that there's no guarantee that they're going to go into the so-called real world and get a higher wage? There's actually no correlation between being an advanced or accelerated and an actual wage. It turns out that going to an amazing school like CUNY, regardless of track, actually transfers to a better wage than going to it ranks higher than elite colleges. So the idea that this mythology that we've created for ourselves here about gifted and talented, it's all in our heads. They designed this starting in the 1920s when we created the SAT and the eugenics program. I mean, even before that, like it has a history of segregating people based on income and for the families. Let me just say, as someone from an immigrant family, right? This isn't cultural, right? Let's not forget that the community is Arab and Muslim. Let's not forget that we are Latinx, that we are Asian, right? So when we pick groups against each other like that and refer to that immigrant narrative, what you're getting into is this so-called old culture of poverty frame, right? Which has been debunked, that some people try harder than others. No. People are born with privilege, right? And have more resources. Our immigration policies to domestic policies favor certain groups over other. White supremacy is sustained by group hierarchy. That's how it works. That we fail to understand that is just baffling.
Okay, I need to refute. You've thrown a lot of information out there, Alan, that is first of all, I'll have to call anecdotal, in that you pointed to your school where you said your child was not getting the same resources as in the superintendent program. I will tell you, as my daughter was in the superintendent program, she did not get art for the very reason that you're arguing. She got 2 math classes, but she did not get art. She did not get music. She did not get these resources. So that's an anecdotal
Just a point
situation.
of order. He didn't say he was talking about his own child. He was employed at that school. So
No,
he
no,
was
no, no.
looking
No,
at
it was before that.
So that is what he said, Adele.
It was before that. It was before that. And I know he's made that point before because that question was asked. As far as Macaulay Honors and again, you're pointing to anecdotal evidence. My father was an Italian immigrant. My father went to Stuyvesant. My father was discriminated against from the moment he stepped into this country until throughout his early career. Okay, so you're calling the benefits that my father derived from going to Stuyvesant are incalculable to our family. The fact that my brothers and I were able to go to college and earn advanced degrees is a direct result of the premium that my father placed on the rigor of his education. So you cannot call into question a family's values of what they consider to be a good education. You keep spouting these studies and these trajectories of what you can expect if you go into a gifted and talented. Who are we to say? There are 1,000 different types of learners. There should be 1,000 different types of programs to affect those. You shouldn't dismantle one program because you disagree with it fundamentally or philosophically, because you're not that family. You're not that family that struggled to come to this country. You don't know what their cultural experience is. You don't know what they have benefited as a culture. And truth be told,
you're talking to the son of refugees. So let's just watch it.
I understand, and I'm not pointing to you, Alan, but you're
really,
but you're
Adele,
making
as
a
point of
general.
order, you are critiquing him for anecdotes, and these are purely anecdotal.
Of course they are, and that's
Right,
exactly what I'm
so
saying. You cannot create a generalized perspective on education based upon anecdotes. Okay, all you can recognize is there is differentiated learning.
Can I
Okay,
ask you a
you can
question,
continue. Alice, why are you interrupting?
Well, because it's
Alice,
been 2 minutes. and
no,
we have
because
to limit
Alan
the
went
debate.
on for 5 minutes.
Okay, you keep talking, Adele. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you, thank you.
Absolutely.
Steve, I will defer to you.
Go ahead, Adele, you can finish.
Thank you, Steve. To say a sweeping generalization that this doesn't work for immigrant families is impossible to sustain, because then you'd have to pull in every immigrant family from our district, not just the 6 that happen to get onto our calls every night. You have to pull in every immigrant family and ask them what their experience is. Anything below that is unconscionable. To suggest that a culture that identifies the value of education in a particular way is wrong because of their cultural perspective is culturally insensitive. Okay, so I support this. I, again, will move for a vote. We are never going to bridge this difference between us.
Yeah.
It works by all means.
I'm asking Steve.
What was the question, Alice? What was the question?
Well, my question to you, Adele, is I'm wondering, you mentioned your father. My grandfather also went to Stuyvesant, as did I, but when he went, it was a technical school for boys only. I wonder if your father was also there when it was all boys. And just a question.
Okay.
And how you feel about how that affected all the girls who might have been intelligent enough to attend Stuyvesant, but until 1973 and the Calandra-Hecht Act, or actually it was probably opened a little bit before that, but yeah, it was an all boys school. So was tech and science, just for history. And when my grandfather went there, it was an all boys school. I feel like.
Can I say something?
Maybe but I do have further comments, but Dina, if you want to go first.
No, I just want to put myself in the queue because I don't want to take up our voting time with my opinion. So just wanted to get it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll say before Dina, you can certainly go, and I just want to remind people, let's focus on the resolution at hand in our comments, as opposed to addressing each other personally. And we're doing, you guys, this is great. Everything I think has been within the range of what could be expected. So I'm not criticizing anyone, but Dina, go ahead.
Thanks, Steve. I just wanted to say that I voted to, for the motion to bring this to discussion because I think it was Senator Abadi's chief of staff who said that it's important for us. It's timely to have this discussion now. I think it's a complicated one, and I don't know that we're doing it justice by sharing our own opinions, which is mostly what we do. So I hope that this is the start of us actually having meaningful discussion around this and bringing in people maybe that can speak to this. And I think that this resolution is really very simple given how complex the issue is and how important it is. I think as many of you know, my children are in a G&T program at PS 164. And my loyalty is not to the G&T program, but to the school that the G&T program allowed me to get into or allowed my children to go to, which is focused on enrichment programs and arts programs that are available to all students, which was not available at my zone school. So, I have mixed feelings about the G&T program, even though my children are participants of it. But I know a lot of those families. I've shared, we've shared classrooms for the last 4 years, and I understand how important it is to them. And, I think our school does, PS 164 in particular, does a great job of providing that enrichment to the whole school. I think if you ask the principal, there is very little difference between the G&T program and the general education offered at PS 164. And so I just think that it's a complex issue. I have mixed feelings about it. I am not ready to vote on a resolution on it right now, but I hope that we can actually maybe pave a way forward where the next meeting we're actually getting people who can comment on this and help educate all of us, and especially people like me who, haven't totally formulated our opinions on this program yet and have real experience in them. That's it.
Steve, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so to reply to Alan's comment, like some of the things that he said, it's just really opinion, which is not true. So like he said about like G&T segregating, like I don't understand this. If we have a G&T program in every neighborhood, in every district, how does that segregate? Another thing he said is that the G&T pit one group against each other. Like which group? I'm confused because the screening, the test itself, it's really like race blind, color blind. Okay, it's just a test. Why are we so afraid of a test? Like I asked this question back, right? If we go out to the world, the real world, we have to compete with different countries. We have to compete with the whole entire world. Like it's life, right? We have to compete, and kids do learn at different age. So if there's such a huge demand for it, the parents, they are asking for this. Give parents the choice. Yeah, that's all I could say.
May I respond real quick?
Sure.
The fact that you don't know the G&T program excludes Black and Latinx, and that has been well documented people, families, and that is empirical evidence. That's a fact. You can Google that. You will find that evidence. That you don't know that troubles me. That troubles us. That's what I mean by in terms of segregation, right?
Well,
right. That is.
I'll wait till you finish.
Let Alan speak.
Can I speak?
Alan's speaking right now. Alan's speaking.
That is it's empirical. That's something that's not up for debate, and that's part of why the city, right? Why we're having this, this sort of discussion. Now, if we want to talk about enrichment for all, hey, I'm in. I'm game. Let's have that and how we construct that. But we're gonna have to take a position, and that is eliminating, the test. Families go into debt for these, for a small number of seats in these programs, right?
Can I speak?
1 second, Mauritia.
Sending direct messages to me, and that's inappropriate. So I just want to point that out. That's inappropriate.
What happened? So I'm sorry.
Well, it's Mauricia, then you, Vito.
But Alan,
What happened, Alan? I apologize.
The last two meetings, I've gotten direct messages from parents that is out of, including a parent last time that during last meeting that was made up. I looked them up. I wanted to reach out to them and say, thank you for your comment and so forth, but they don't show their real names. But anyways, in the chat, folks are sending direct messages to me, calling me out. You know, that's just not cool.
You can, Alan, my understanding is you should take a screenshot of that, and someone gave me that advice earlier, and we can report that, right?
Everything, just for the public, anyone, I mean, everything on a DOE Zoom call is public information and
Right.
subpoenable, you know, with FOIA laws. So, you know, let's keep it clean, folks.
And I think Maurizia is next, and then Vito, I think you requested after Maurizia.
Okay, so I just want to reply to Alan. He says that the GNT is a segregation to Latin students. I am Hispanic, I'm from Peru. My son was on IEP on PS 200 and he was not helped. He was not helped with the IEP. So I had two choices. Either my son was gonna be expelled because the principal did not understand his condition about being hyperactive, okay? So I had a choice now to put him in a GNT. And guess what, Alan? The GNT helped my son. My son improved with the GNT. Every child learns different. It doesn't mean that it's because you're saying it's segregating the Latins. That offends me because I am from Peru. So is my son. My husband is from Ukraine. So what are you saying that is for the rich? I am poor. I'm a realtor. I make my living on commission. You guys have salary. I make money on commission. I don't rent. I don't make money. So if my son now is not in GNT, but he is in honors class. And guess what? He is doing so well. The program, the PS 164 and Pershing helped my son with these programs. If he would stay with the IEP, I don't know where my son would have been. The principal, only what he did is send him to psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists. You have no idea how many therapists and how many tests he sent us to do. And all he needed was a small class on the GNT of PS 164. Okay, that helped my son. And I speak for all the parents who have children who wants to keep the GNT. And it helped my son and it helps many more kids. And it's nothing to do about segregating or making other children make less. Every child learns different. And I can tell you because my son was an IEP and I have papers like this from every other doctor. Nobody understands. But God bless the school of PS 164 and the GNT program. My son is where he is right now. And he's still in honors class. That's all I have to say. And you have different ideas about what you believe. It doesn't mean that you have to take away now because you don't believe in GNT, nobody else should. That's wrong. That is wrong. So I'm here. That's why I come to this CSC because I used to be an interpreter and I see what parents go through. When the school, they say you have to go to the IEP and your son not gonna do much better. And I tell them that is wrong because my son is a proof that he did better. That's all I have to say.
I respond. Your child was given the resources when they got to GNT. IEP. That's exactly the point I was trying to make about resources.
No. The IEP was making this principal with the IEP was not helping my son. He was picking on him. He sent my son to go to more psychiatrist tests, and all he needed was a smaller class. I can tell you with papers, and I have proof what I'm telling you. Okay, I had to pull my son out of the PS 200. So you are wrong what you're saying. I have medical papers how he tried to hurt my son. No, you are wrong.
Mauricia, thank you very much
Well,
for your comments. And let's move along to the next. Vito's requested to speak.
Wow. Thank you, Steve. Mauricia, thank you so much. I can't really add anything to that, right? Because I didn't. I didn't have anything near that impactful experience for me. But I will tell you that from what everybody says, 67% of the kids in Christa McAuliffe, which I'm very familiar with, I apologize, 67, we have an ENI index of 67%. I don't know if that's just not poor enough for you. And I don't know where that rates, but I know that it's high enough that many of my parents in my school, many of families in my school struggle to get by, and the work that their children do, right, is so important to them because of schools like Christa McAuliffe and the specialized high schools and G&T programs are a way for them to overcome their circumstances. Yeah, it's not anecdotal when it's a majority of these children are immigrants, when a majority of these children, especially in District 20, we're not talking about other districts from more well-off areas. I was schooled and I was told that District 20 is not just Shore Road. And, I accept that and I look at that and I see the poverty in this district, this entire district. And many of our kids who are in poverty come to the G&T programs, come to the Christa McAuliffe's, want to go to a screen school, want to go to a specialized high school, because it is just like Adele's father. This is their way. This is their way to realize the American dream. And to another point, Alan and everyone actually, it's not discriminatory. It's not segregationist by race if every single school in this city, every single school had a G&T program. And the makeup of the G&T program was no different than the makeup of the school at large. And if it was a structured curriculum with specific rigorous education. I talk again and again and again about Success Academy because they have a formula that works, and it's about making parents engaged, forcing them, helping them to teach their children and to do specific things with their children. And if we could do better than Success Academy, because what we could say is, you know what, we're going to expand the school day. We're going to expand the school year. We're going to have in locus parente. That I understand that some parents might not have the wherewithal or the time to put the time in that Success Academy requires. But that's where we could have after school programs. And that's where we could put money to really focus in on all of the things you have to do. They say, well, every kid values education. Every parent values education. When you say some parents value education and some don't, that's coded language. Well, everyone values education, but does everybody know what they have to do? Does everybody start baby signs when a kid is 6 months old? Does everybody read to their child when they're born? No, because they don't know, right? And this is something that we, in our 3K centers, in our pre-K centers, this is something that we could do. We should do all of that. We should try to really make the DOE very much accountable for the lack of resources and for also the lack of effective teaching that they give to our Black and brown children in underserved communities. I'm there with you. Okay, what would that look like? Well, let me tell you what that might look like. Okay, you have a kid in 3rd grade who's a 1 or a 2 on a test. There are some progressives who say, well, we shouldn't have a test because we're labeling the child. Well, how about instead of that, how about we go back and see, well, did this kid that's not doing well now in 3rd grade, well, did they have 3K? Really? Did anybody check to see if that 3-year-old child was hitting their milestones? I know every crazy parent like me had a sheet from the CDC with all of the milestones for age from the time the kid is born up until the kid's 5 years old. And if their kid didn't hit the milestones, they followed up. So let's forget the parents who don't have the technological savvy or whatever to do that, to get that CDC letter. That's why you have a 3K center. That's why you should go and you should see where the neighborhoods that have the lowest test scores should have the most 3K centers. Absolutely. But you can't just plop it in there. You can't just throw money at the problem. You also have to have a targeted, a plan of action to teach parents to help their children and then go on from that. And then, yeah, after you do all of that, Alan, then no, you wouldn't need a G&T program in every school, because then you would have something like that, a highly structured program for crazy parents like me and the other G&T parents. And then you have different types of programs. We're not labeling children. What we're doing is we're differentiating types of instruction and types of curriculum for the parents that want that. Okay, and as far as the specialized schools getting extra money, I've heard that narrative before. I checked it in. My kids are at Brooklyn Tech. I specifically spoke to the principal at Brooklyn Tech. He said no, he doesn't get an extra dime. He doesn't know when that program ended. He never saw extra money with his kids. He gets fair student funding like everybody else, and he's not even at 100% of fair student funding. He was, I think, the last time I checked, he was at 90% of fair student funding. So that's just a false narrative, and we just have to, listen, we all make mistakes, but let's just try to clarify them when we can. And thank you, Alice. I didn't know it was so funny.
I couldn't hold it in.
Alice, would you like to speak? And then perhaps after you speak, I motion that we vote on this.
Yeah, I mean, this is barrels of fun and nothing like, spending hours and hours debating things that we're never going to agree on. But maybe we should just vote on this and get this over with.
I want to just push back.
If I'm vote on a resolution that no one knew about until like seconds before the meeting started. So let's just get this over with.
I do want to just say, I'll try to be as very brief as possible. The stat that Alan brought up about segregation in G&T programs, that was rebutted against. So Assemblyman Abadi's chief of staff said it herself. We have 8 programs in this district. 2 districts have 0 programs. 2 districts have 1 program each. So that means in 4 whole districts of this city, and they are in Black and brown communities, there is no G&T program. So when we're talking about segregation, that is part of it. And I hate to put a fine point on this, but I've said this before when we've talked about the CSHAT. We don't live in a bubble in District 20. And so the fact that there are neighborhoods and communities that are under-resourced and ignored historically in history. And, we can say that I made a mistake and I, gave the wrong date or this or that, but all of this is Googleable information. You can find out about the history of education. You can look up Robert Moses. You can do all this. It's not for us to be discussing in the CEC meeting. It's opinion is an opinion. And if you feel like your child needs a G&T program, you're right. I am not here to tell you that you are wrong in that goal for yourself. But to push back on statistics, again, we need to be able to agree on what is facts. I find it interesting that you bring up Success Academy all the time, Vito, but that's okay. I don't know why we're talking about charter schools. I just want to
charter schools are public.
I just want to put a fine point on a last thing. I'm not really going to go there for the charter school thing, but I know you want to use it as a template. In a pandemic, when people have lost parents, grandparents, uncles, brothers, sisters, money, jobs, residents, food, security, everything, to say that your kid is gifted and talented is just such a stretch. Even if my kid was the most gifted and the most talented, was Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang in this year, and I'm sorry, I'm getting a little, I would not try to even sign up my kid for the gifted and talented program if, first of all, she did test for an anecdotal story, because we do that here. She tested it when she was 4. The lady had nice makeup and hair. She said nice hair and makeup. She did really well on one. She ignored all the questions of the other. She was not pre-verbal, but what is it when you can't read and write yet? There's pre-whatever. So, is it accurate? I don't know. Yifeng had some statistics where she said it doesn't take away resources. I don't think we have the data on that. If you guys would ask Alan, can you back up what you were saying with statistics? I'm sure he'd be able to. And again, I want you guys to have the opportunity to do that if there are statistics that I'm not aware of. But having this been not sprung, that's the wrong word. I know that the decision came down today and you guys wanted to act fast, but I feel like this needs a lot more time. And in a pandemic, it's not the time to be focusing on this program, in my humble opinion. And I cede the floor.
I propose a motion that we hold the roll call vote, please.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay. So Natalia, can you take roll call on the resolution?
All right, the motion is for the resolution in support of retaining gifted and talented programs in District 20. So Steve Stowe,
Yes.
Dina Gergis,
Abstain.
Robert Aguilar,
Nope.
Alice Licato,
No.
Inga Smolyar,
Yes.
Alan Aha,
No.
Mauricia Cadillo,
Yes.
Yifeng Chen,
Yes.
Adele Doyle,
Uh-oh. Where is Adele?
Adele,
I'm gonna call her. Adele.
all right, so let's come back to Adele. Vito Labella,
Yes.
Simeon Stolzberg,
No.
okay. Adele. Still not available.
She's having problems.
She's coming.
Sorry,
She has
can you
problems
hear me?
with the internet.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, sorry, real technical issues tonight.
Okay.
Adele, we're just doing the roll call vote on the resolution.
I heard yes.
Hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you. Or try, yes, vote is yes, vote is yes.
Okay.
Internet, thank you, sorry.
All right. 6 yeses, 4 noes, 1 abstain. The motion passes.
Okay. I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Please.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can you just also say that our next meeting is
Oh,
February 13th? Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yes.
Look out for that flyer from Natalia. Thank you so much, Natalia, our wonderful administrative assistant.
Indeed.
It's a late night.
A
11:11,
second.
everyone. Let's end it.
Just so you guys know, I think I need a half day tomorrow after this.
Yes, agreed. No
Good
one
Right,
call
Natalia.
Natalia before 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Natalia.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good
Bye,
night.
everyone.
My papers.
Night.
Good night.
Everyone.
Good night.
Diane's still here. That's awesome.
And to all the parents who stayed, thank you.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Bye
Love
bye.
you.
Oh.